We'll give it one more meeting. I think we're waiting on Vice Mayor and Council Member Nice. All right, it looks like we have everyone on. We'll go ahead and get started. All right, this is our special meeting starting at 5:30 p.m. We're at 5:32. We'll go ahead and call it to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember McQuay,
Present.
Councilmember Nason,
Present.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Here.
and Mayor Gary.
Here. Thank you for the roll call. We'll get ready to go to closed session for 2-1 and 2-2, but before we do, see if there's any public comment. All right, well, I'll go ahead and see you in closed session. Adjourn.
Councilmember McQuaid,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Here.
Mayor Gary.
Here, thank you. We'll go to item number 3 is a report on action in closed session. Kamala, will you go ahead, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gary. The council unanimously voted to appoint James Bointo as the interim fire chief that will become effective upon the retirement date of the current fire chief.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move to number 4, ceremonial medals. For 1 is a proclamation for Affordable Housing Month. Councilmember Tiedemann, please, will you read that?
Happy to. Proclamation recognition of Affordable Housing Month, May 2021. Whereas quality affordable housing is the foundation for health, economic stability, and educational opportunity, and whereas affordable homes are a solution to homelessness and provide support to seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities, and whereas quality affordable homes are long-term assets in their communities, contributing to public safety and community involvement, and whereas development of affordable home close to public transit and jobs will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and strengthen the economy by providing low-income families better access to opportunities and urban amenities. And whereas rising housing costs and economic factors have led to increasing displacement, overcrowding, and homelessness that threatens our region's diversity and economic prosperity, and whereas nonprofit organizations, local jurisdictions, community organizations, and many others continue to respond to this need by providing homes and shelters for low-income people and those with special needs. And whereas East Bay Housing Organizations is a member-driven organization working to preserve, protect, and create affordable housing opportunities in the Bay Area, and EBHO is leading the celebration of Affordable Housing Month and recognizing the collective work of its members to solve the affordable housing crisis and stabilize communities. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council hereby recognizes May 2021 as Annual Affordable Housing Month in the City of Albany. Be it further proclaimed that the city will continue to work collaboratively to secure sustainable funding and support for affordable housing at the local, regional, and state level, and will encourage residents of Albany to participate in Affordable Housing Week activities.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Looks like we have Gloria Bruce. You're on mute.
Hello, thank you for your patience. My computer is being a little bit slow. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council members. Really, we're very honored that you are bringing forward this proclamation tonight. Again, my name is Gloria Bruce. I'm the Executive Director of East Bay Housing Organizations in EBHO. And as I know several of you know, we're a membership organization. We work to create, preserve, and protect affordable housing throughout the East Bay. And we do that by advocating, organizing, and building coalitions. We just really want to thank the Albany City Council for recognizing this as you do every year, and encourage you to check out our events. We have about 15 events this year on everything from reimagining public safety and housing to racial justice and justice to grand openings of affordable housing properties. So we cover a wide range, and all of the events are online, so you can from the safety of your home. And those events are posted at ebho.org/events. And I also just really want to say, first, I hope we can see you all at our big celebration on May 13th next week, where we honor several affordable housing heroes. I know Councilmember McQuaid has been many times. And also just to say that, as you know, we have some glimmers of hope as we're rounding into spring, but still so many people living outdoors, struggling to make ends meet, struggling with back rent from losing their jobs due to COVID. Local government and local elected officials are such a huge role. And we work in a lot of cities, and so we know which cities, including the small ones, are trying to be good actors on this. And we always think of Albany as a jurisdiction that's really, trying to work with what you can to bring people a stable home. And Councilmember McQuaid's been involved in this for years. Councilmember Tiedemann is a member as well. So we just really want to thank you all for staying involved, and invite you to join look at our website and join our celebration. So thank you so much for this honor, and we hope to see you at our events this month.
Thank you so much, Gloria.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we'll go to ceremonial matters 4-2. It's proclamation for Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This proclamation in recognition of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month for May 2021. Whereas the City of Albany is committed to providing comprehensive support to ensure an equitable, safe, and welcoming environment to all people. And whereas Asian American and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month is observed during the month of May to recognize the contributions and influence of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. And whereas AAPIs are companies comprised of more than 23 distant Asian Americans and 19 distant Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders subgroups. AAPIs range from new immigrations to fourth generation or more descendants and have a distinct story of historical trauma and immigration, settlement experience, and is one of the fastest growing racial ethnic minority group in the United States, with California being the home to the largest AA population and the second largest NHPI population. And whereas the first AAPIs to arrive to the US, the Filipinos to Morro Bay, California in 1587. And whereas the first Chinatown was established in 1848 in San Francisco, California. And whereas 20,000 Chinese immigrants worked on the Transcontinental Railroad between 1863 and 1869. And Punjabis worked on the Western Pacific Railways in Northern California between 1903 and 1908. And whereas the first Gurwa was built in Stockton, California in 1912, and whereas on February 19th, 1942, President Franklin Roosevelt issued an Executive Order 9066, authorizing the internment of U.S. citizens of Japanese descent. And whereas on October 5th, 1978, President Jimmy Carter signed a law that designated the first 7 days of May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Week to acknowledge America's first Japanese immigrants to arrive in the United States in the May of 1843 and the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, much of which were built by Chinese immigrants in May of 1869. And whereas President George H.W. Bush issued Presidential Proclamation 6130 on May 7th, 1990, designating May 1990 as the first Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. And whereas the state of California celebrated Fred Korematsu Day, the first day named after the Asian Americans, and whereas the term model minority originated from the successful reintegration of Japanese Americans overcoming discrimination from Executive Order 9066, World War II internment. However, this stereotype is problematic and perpetuates the invisibility of PIs who are not successful and pits racial groups against one another. And furthermore, the perpetual foreign image that contributes to the long history of anti-Asian discrimination and recent violence towards AAPs during the COVID pandemic. And whereas for more than a century, Asian American and Pacific Islander men and women have made valuable contributions to all areas of life, including government, business, technology advancement, arts and science, medicine, education, law enforcement, and the military. And whereas the contributions were critical during the COVID-19 epidemic, where AAPIs, in particular, immigrant AAPIs, stood unwavering on the front line as essential workers in healthcare, in the food industry, at farms, meeting process factories, grocery stores, and restaurants, in education as childcare workers and teachers, and pharmaceutical and biomedical industry. And whereas the city of Albany is proud of its Asian Americans and Pacific Islander population that contributes greatly to the prosperity and enrichment of our city. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have established a wide range of services to shape the growth of the city of Albany through education, personal services, real estate, arts and culture, fitness and movement, retail, and a host of restaurants. And whereas we recognize AAPI elected officials, Bob Chan, School Board, Owen H. Jones, Jewel Akawachi, City Council, including 1 year as mayor, the person for the Jules Terrace Park commemorations, Patricia Lowe, former school board trustee. Val Williams, former AUSD superintendent. Currently serving appointed officials, Julia Chang Frank, Albany Parks Recreation and Open Space Commission. Daniel Chen, Albany Climate Action Committee. Sarah Chap, Albany Climate Action Committee. Robert D. Rosoro, Albany Transportation Commission. Ben Fung, Albany Transportation Commission, and Mohammed Moem, Albany Planning and Zoning Commission. And whereas diversity represents one of the greatest strengths, and by recognizing the contributions and accomplishments of Asian American and Pacific Islander men and women, our city celebrates the importance of inclusion to building a brighter future for all of our citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Mayor Gary of the City of Albany, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare May 2021 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and the City of Albany celebrates by calling upon its residents to honor Asian Pacific Americans and learn more about the history of Asian American and Pacific Islanders. With that said, Tiffany is here to receive the proclamation. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you. It is my honor here tonight to be representing the API community in Albany. Thank you for recognizing May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month and recognizing their accomplishments and impacts on America's success. The pandemic has put a spotlight on the issues that we faced in this country, as well as a reminder on the violence and discrimination we face throughout US history. So I hope that efforts that we make here today will raise awareness and inclusion to create a more inclusive society for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. All right, item number 5 is the city manager's report.
Mayor, we have a hand raised.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I just had a couple comments. One is I wanted to thank you for the proclamations. I thought that I was going to be able to comment on the special, used to be able to comment on the special meeting, and now it says on the agenda that I can't, but I'm going to comment now, I guess. I just wanted to encourage the city to, when they choose a fire chief, to not look within, but to really spread the net widely in terms of looking for a new fire chief. I know that with the police chief, they ended up with a white police chief by looking within and following another white one. I'm really wanted to encourage you. I know, and also if somebody could just repeat the name of the fire chief that was, is he going to be the interim? Because it went by so quickly, I didn't catch it. And then I wanted to comment on the affordable proclamation. I wanted to say that the word affordable, I think I appreciate the idea of affordable, but I think we really need to define it, because in some cities, and I think Albany is one of them, when we use the word affordable, it's based on the AMI, which is extremely high in this area. So even though in theory we're helping find housing for people experiencing homelessness, in reality, calling something affordable doesn't actually make sure that we have housing for people who are truly experiencing homelessness. And I think that we need to, and also much as Gloria Bruce appreciated Albany actually has done a terrible job in terms of producing housing for people with extremely low incomes. So I think it's something we need to really be looking more closely at and stop using the word affordable, or maybe use truly affordable, which is the term I use, or something that covers the fact that we're also talking about people with extremely low incomes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, city manager, if you could, just after the city council meeting, if you can shoot an email to the comment about who was selected for chief at that time, that would be great. Okay, go ahead and do your report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. From our Public Works Department, phase 4 of the sidewalk repair program began last week. This phase will cover 60 locations approved by the city's Transportation Commission. For more information about the program, please visit our website. You can also see the signs throughout town where you see a temporary no parking sign and perhaps marks spray paint on the sidewalk. Those fortunately aren't graffiti, but where sidewalks will be removed and replaced thanks to the special parcel tax for those sidewalk repairs. Last week, Public Works completed planting of 130 new trees for this season, both street trees and in our city parks. It's just remarkable. And the paving and East Bay mud coordination efforts on Washington Avenue are progressing well. I hope that folks are out there seeing that the pavement is going in and it's starting to literally smooth itself out. We are continuing to put updates about that construction on our website as well under the construction updates link on the Public Works Department page. Every May, the City of Albany celebrates Older Americans Month. The theme for this year is Communities in Strength. Please take a look at our virtual programming, both in the Senior Center Chronicles and online. We have a number of different events planned, from sing-alongs to morning stretches to the special parcel tax presentation that was held today at noon. My appreciation to staff for coordinating that and hosting it. It is recorded as well for those that may have missed it. Very helpful information there should you have questions about applying for those tax exemptions and rebates. Also, a number of other fun events throughout the month. So please take a look at our Senior Center opportunities. Again, as just mentioned, the tax exemption and renter rebate is currently available. If you are seemingly eligible, please contact us and we will help you through the process. We can be reached at 510-559-4589 for any questions, and we also have the information and applications online. The Recreation and Community Services Department is focusing on our children as we amazingly transition to summer very soon. So if you have little ones and are looking for things for them to do this summer, we are starting to ramp up our opportunities, primarily outdoors, given the ongoing nature of the pandemic, with all of the guidelines in place. But we have a friendship club for campers, as well as we're also hiring for that program. So if you're looking for a summer position, please check out our opportunities. We're also starting to rent out our picnic rental spaces again. I saw a birthday party this weekend at Terrace Park, all with face masks adorned, and it looked great outdoors and safe and enjoying our parks. And that completes my update. Thank you.
All right, thank you, City Manager, for your report. We go to item number 6, good of the city. So the time to open it up for the public to come in and speak. You have 3 minutes to speak about anything that's not on the agenda. So at this time, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the participant. It looks like we have 3 hands up. Go ahead, Ann, and let them in, please.
3 minutes.
Please. Go ahead, Peter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear my name called. Yes, I am Peter Goodman. I'm on the Albany Arts Committee this year, and I want to bring your attention to our annual poetry program, which this year is Spring into Haiku, after having been in previous years Fall into Haiku. We're in the middle of getting applications and submissions of poems. Basically, the way it works is we collect submissions of haiku by people who live, work, or go to school in Albany. We sort through them. We pick out the ones we want to feature, and we print them up on signboards, and we install them throughout the city, mostly on Solano in the business district, and in some of the city parks, like along the Ohlone Greenway beneath the BART tracks. We put them on like political campaign signs, and also on sheets that fit into the big bellies. And they remain for about 3 weeks. And people seem to get a lot of pleasure reading the haiku, discovering haiku that they wrote, that their kids wrote, or that maybe their neighbors wrote. It's a very nice program. So we're eager to get submissions. So I hope you will all share this information with your friends. Very easy to find out how to submit. You just go to the city website. If you want, you can go to the recreation, then under art in Albany and spring into haiku. But really the easiest way of finding it is just to Google Spring into Haiku Albany, and it will take you to the page that explains everything that's going on. I want to do a shout out especially to the Albany Community Foundation, which has provided grants to us to enable us to continue the program. And if I have time, I want to share a couple haiku from previous years. Before I do that, I just want to remind all of you that you're all eligible to submit. All ages welcome. Anybody, you don't have to be a published poet or anything. And we really like to get a very generous outpouring from people around the city. So here's a couple haiku from previous years. Year 2017 from Tony Littlestone. At Flowerland today, fragrant sage, sunshine, dappling pansies, neighbors share coffee. From 2016, Ross Stapleton Gray. Whose woods these are? Well, I think I know. Occupy the farm may differ. And finally, in 2019, from Camille Sarah Hopkins, who was a second grader, there was a big hill. I climbed a lot. At last, I got there. Thank you. Hope to
Thank
see
you very
submissions.
much. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How's everybody this evening? Just want to give everybody an update on Albany's housing situation and all the praise that Berkeley Food and Housing and Albany Cares Project Hope gets in city manager's report and all this stuff. You know, it was really nice a couple months ago when I started to see Albany Cares program housing homeless people in Albany. It's a rough winter, a lot of rain, a lot of cold nights, right? You know, and we got a lot of homeless sleeping in doorways on Solano. We have the homeless sleeping at the Albany Library. Oh, I noticed how you guys installed planter boxes, kind of a nonchalant way to prevent people from camping at the library, huh? Let's just overdo it with planter boxes. Let's just buy 100 planter boxes and put them where the homeless sleep. That was somebody's idea, huh? So, you know, it's kind of like a passive way to get rid of the homeless. Let's occupy the space where they sleep with planter boxes so they can't do it. So I noticed that. Recently, everybody that's been housed or put it up in a hotel by the Albany program is now back on the streets. Yep. Everybody was kicked out of the Travel Lodge last Saturday. And the reason that Berkeley Food and Housing is saying is that, oh, there's no more money. That's the excuse they're telling all the homeless people. As soon as they take their room key from their hand, as soon as they take back their room card key from the hotel, they say, okay, back out on the streets again. Back out on the streets you go. There's homeless sleeping in front of the Travel Lodge on the sidewalk. So obviously something's wrong here. Is this how Albany rolls? You guys house people and then pretend everything's good on a manager's report, and then all of a sudden they're back on the streets 2 months later, promised housing for a year? I bring the truth. And this is what's happening. So why don't you guys call the hotel manager at the Travel Lodge, get a hold of Berkeley Food and Housing, find out what the heck's going on. Anne Marie is missing in action. Carol can't get a hold of anybody. There's something wrong going on. Now I'm making it transparent. Please investigate. Thank you. All the homeless are homeless again.
Thank you for your comment, Jeremiah. Next, please.
Hi.
Go ahead.
I appreciate Jeremiah's comments. I didn't realize that had happened, and I do hope that you'll look into that. That's really heartbreaking for me to hear, and it's not okay. And if the planter boxes are really, I didn't notice that either, but there is something called hostile architecture that is designed to keep people who are experiencing homelessness out of certain areas. And if that's what's happening there, I'm really sorry to hear it. What I was really going to say is I want to recommend again that you start the meeting with a land acknowledgement. And I want to recommend again that you have a student from the school district say something very short at the beginning of the meeting, something that represents their culture, their background. Just, I think it would be a really nice way of starting the meeting. I also wanted to comment on the fact that the city manager report makes it very clear on the agenda that you're not allowed to comment on the city. There are no public comments taken. So I guess if you have a comment, you have to say it in this period. I would like to request that you can comment on the city manager's report, because I know last time I had some questions and the city manager very nicely emailed me, but it seems like it would be easier if we just could comment during the meeting. I also wanted to say that one of my concerns was about the street that I live near Washington, which is looking great. And I did let the city manager know that. But I also wanted to request that the updates for people who don't go to the website maybe be posted somewhere like on the kiosk, so people don't have to find out by either not being able to, I guess they could call the city manager if they have the phone number, or it would be easier if you just had actual printed notices. I think that might be, let's see, sorry, I have a whole list of things and I wanted to make sure I got all of them. Yep, I think that's it. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Go ahead, Karen.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen Zapata. I'm actually part of the Social and Economic Justice Commission, and I wanted to say one of the things that we discussed at the last commission meeting was this tax exemption and renter rebate program, which was referenced earlier. And I was really happy to see in my mailbox a mailer that was probably half a page, so half of an 8.5 by 11 sheet. Unfortunately, one side was basically completely empty. And I really feel that this is an opportunity really missed to, I mean, one of the things that our commission is supposed to be doing is to increase the awareness in our community of what's happening in our government. And so I really can't stress enough how, I mean, it could have even been a small QR code at the bottom where it linked to the Albany e-News, which is a really wonderful, actually, resource that is part of the city and includes announcements about, trails and Earth Day bingo. The Giltrack Farm has announcements in it. So I wanted, I know it's not on the agenda, but I really wanted to take a minute to encourage the city to continue to let our residents know what is happening and to make it as accessible and easy as possible, because we are a small city, but it's critical that we are active. And the way to get active is by having as much information as possible. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment, Karen. I believe that's it. All right. We will go to item number 7, which is our consent calendar. So as always, I will zoom around the room and start with Councilmember Nason.
Let's see, 7:10, 7:11, 7:12, and 7:13.
Councilmember McQuaid.
I have the same 4.
Okay. Councilmember Tiedemann. Done. Vice Mayor Jordan.
7-1, 7-6, please.
7-1 and 7-6.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll go out to the public, see if anyone would like to pull anything from the public. Jeremiah.
Well, yeah, 7:15, of course. Come on now. You know I got to go there. And also
So-
a 710.
Okay, so hold on. There's not a 7:50. Is it 7:14 you're trying to pull?
There is a 7:15.
Oh, okay, maybe that's not on my agenda, so okay.
It's a
7:15.
task force on policing one.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, Karina?
7:12 and 7:13.
12, 7:13. All right, and we have one other. Let's see the name.
Hi, my name is Gino Baricello.
Okay.
Wanting to comment on 7/12, Indigenous Peoples Day.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. We'll start with Vice Mayor Jordan, 7-1.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so this regards the minutes. In item 9.2 of minutes for the last meeting is the sentence, the proposed ordinance will place much of the financial responsibility for sidewalk repair on the city, which is attributed to Community Development Director Bond. I haven't reviewed the tape. I'd be surprised if he actually said that. Because the proposed ordinance was about removing the point of sale requirement, and there's not actually that many properties that are sold in Albany in any given year, and the financial responsibility for sidewalk repair would still accrue to the adjacent property owner under our current ordinance. So I just asked that be checked for accuracy and removed if not found to be what he actually said.
Okay. Next one is 7-6.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's me. I apologize. Yeah, so the city manager let the council know that the police department has received an award, but that this would be an appropriate item to convey this out. It was a gold level award from the firm that provides policy services to the city police department. So these are policy updates that get rolled out by this firm. It tracks the police department's policy manual, and it also tracks the officers' actual reading of the new policies. And so having received a gold award is an indicator that our department does pay attention to new policies. Our officers paying attention to new policies, read those policies, get trained on those policies. And so I think that's a good sign for the culture of our police department. I thought that was noteworthy to put forward that, you know, when we change policy, they are aware of it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Jordan. All right, 7-10, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, when we discussed this last time, I had questions about the indemnification clause of the agreement, because I'm a little skeptical that, for one thing, I'm skeptical that it's really meaningful. We wouldn't really, if we were sued, I really don't believe we would be likely to sue all these nice people who are volunteering their time. But I was wondering if the city attorney looked at the more serious issue with the indemnification, the more pressing issue to me is that my concern that if St. Albans is taking on a duty to indemnify, that their insurance will not cover a claim. So I was wondering if anyone had looked into the issues around the indemnification clause. That's one that's one question, and then I'll have a comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
Sure. The indemnification provision would require St. Albans to indemnify the city should the city be sued over the agreement or some event occur relating to the agreement. It is pretty standard language, particularly when the city's only function is to give money and isn't performing any obligations. It's also something that our risk pooling authority recommended. I may need to defer to the city manager about, I don't know if anyone's checked into St. Albans insurance and whether they would cover that requirement.
City manager?
We sent the revised draft agreement to the parties that requested it through our city clerk. I didn't hear anything back with regard to changes to the agreement.
Okay.
All right. Did you have a comment, Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that our relationship with UC Berkeley is implicated here. The city of Berkeley receives a significant amount of funding from the university for programs to benefit its community. We do not, the city of Albany does not receive those kinds of benefits from the university, even though we make a very substantial contribution to the well-being of the village by providing education there and as well as public services. And I have a real, and as much as I do love the idea of helping the young people there who are low income, I have hesitation about Albany taking on provision for laundry for students in the village. I do feel like that is something that the University of California, especially given that they're, subsidizing arts programs and things in Berkeley, that they ought to be able to help out with their students' laundry in Albany and not expect the city to take on that responsibility. So I have a concern about that I wanted to share.
Okay. Check for any comments. Looks like we have one public comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, do you want all the
Never
council?
quite didn't see you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You want all the council questions first?
For 710.
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked this question last time and I'm still confused about it. Could somebody tell me the difference between a nonprofit sponsor and a fiscal sponsor? I think it's important if we're doing this that we have the language correct. I tried to look up nonprofit sponsor. I couldn't find anything. That's one question. And perhaps somebody from the Diverse Housing Working Group in their comments could answer this. But do they now have a written agreement with St. Albans regarding the fiscal sponsorship? And I'm thinking that our agreement, is it between the city of Albany and St. Albans? Because both the resolution and the contract state it's with the city and the Diverse Housing Working Group in care of St. Albans. And I'm a little concerned about the legal status of DOG. If we can sign a contract with DOG, if that's legal, or are we signing a contract with St. Albans? So for now, those are my questions.
Okay. So what I will do, I'll have, Mala, did you want to go first and answer?
No, go ahead, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. So what I'll do is I will have Beth and Margie speak. Beth, if you'll go ahead first, please.
Okay, hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
Howdy.
Hi, go ahead.
I did write a letter to Anne telling her that nobody at St. Albans felt they could sign that agreement. with the indemnification clause, but they didn't understand it. And it isn't like they have a lawyer on staff, so they're sending it, the plan is to send it over to the diocese in San Francisco and ask them for advice. But of course, it would be a lot easier without the indemnification clause. And, speaking to the students at UC Village, did you know that most of them have been on a rent strike since COVID started? And they have a very unfortunate relationship with UC right now. And they do need our help. And that's what I'd like to say from our point of view, or at least my point of view. But we appreciate what the city's doing. If it worked out, that would be great. And if it doesn't, we'll try to get funding other places, which we're not doing too bad on right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Margie, please.
Hi, thank you, Council, for taking this up again. My understanding with the indemnification was that the owner of the laundromat is responsible for what happens at the laundromat. If there's there's an accident or something, that it's the owner of the laundromat who takes that on. But I'm not a legal expert. The city attorney could probably tell you more. I just want to say, this is the one time when the city would spend money where every single penny of it goes to a small business in our city, to support a small business. So that's one thing about this program. About 1/3 of the clients are from the village. So 2/3 are not from the village, but 1/3 are. So that's the status of that. Thank you very much for taking this up. We really appreciate you doing this. If we get the funding, it's great. If we don't, we're looking other places. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Margie. And I think there's one more, Jeremiah. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. This is such a wonderful laundry program. Once you figure out all the cons, this program is full of pros, right? Who wouldn't want to help a college student? College students are the core part of our community. They're the future of America. We can't kick these people while they're down. They're in school to get a job. They're not, a lawyer with a briefcase yet. They need a college student discount on laundry, right? They need a college student discount on everything. Housing, food. College students are wonderful. They're not high school dropouts. They're actually trying to better themselves. They're in school to get a job. So we should be supporting that. If they want to have clean clothes to go to college, we should be supporting that. We can't be biased or discriminate against who uses a free laundry program. We want to have a welcoming environment. Hey, it's for anybody. Hey, you're an Albany resident and you own $1 million home. Oh, but your plumbing's cracked. Your pipes aren't working. Come on down to the local free laundry program. This isn't just for homeless people. It's for people who need help. For a random act to where, something's wrong with their washing machine, keeps running and running all night. The water doesn't turn off because the circuit's broken. So come on down in the laundry program. We want to be a welcoming community. That's what Albany prides itself on. An urban village. It takes a village to raise a child, right? So with this laundry program, it's a start. And, regarding all the cons about it, what if this indemnification clause and what if this and what if that, is never going to happen. But it's good. It's good that you're, looking into that. I agree with you. It's good to look into. You're covering all ends. But really, nothing's going to happen like that. People are doing laundry. So it's a great program. Please continue supporting it. It's well worth it. There could be, college students are starving students already. So helping college students, helping anybody that can't afford to do laundry is so beneficial for the community. That means they have more food to pay or more money to pay their rent, or more money to buy food. So please continue to support this wonderful laundry program. I invite all the city council to come down on Thursday between 4 and 6 and come check it out. Come see the environment. You'll like it. So thank you, everybody. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Hi, I just want to speak out in favor of it. It's $4,000 for the immediate funds, and even the $15,000 are just, compared to the city budget, it's such a tiny amount of money, and the good that it does is so huge. It not only provides clean clothes, but it also, and the dignity that comes along with having clean clothes, but also the personal connections through the volunteers that help that listen to people's stories, help them connect to resources. It seems just really, really petty, especially the $4,000. I just find it amazing. And I understand that you have legal concerns, but I think that instead of bringing up concerns, a better thing maybe would be to come up with solutions, to say, I'm concerned, this is what I'm concerned about, but I figured out something so that it will work. And I would like to see all the city council take that approach, that yes, we think this is a great idea. And yes, there are all of these people that have been living in the village who haven't been able to pay their rent. People are having a really hard time right now. And if you are securely living in your house, able to do your laundry, having clothes to put on, then you don't understand. And I think Jeremiah's suggestion of coming down to the program on Thursdays is a really good idea. But what I'd like you to say is to say, yes, there's some challenges, but we are going to make this happen, because compared to the money we spend other ways, this is nothing. And I'm embarrassed that Albany would even have a problem with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, I wanted to speak in favor of the laundry program. I was lucky enough to walk by the program the other day on Thursday and saw the incredible work that's happening, the people that were utilizing the program, the volunteers. And, I actually learned about the racial covenants in the city of Albany through Rochelle's or council member Nason's very deep understanding of the history of Albany, the discriminatory history of Albany that literally said that Black people were not allowed to live in houses in this city. I'm looking at a document right now that I learned from through Councilmember Nason. And so this history is so important that we understand and that we face, so that we can take concrete actions to turn around. And one of the concrete actions I would say is to support and provide resources to our most diverse population, which is the folks living in the village. So in terms of, I really want to echo what Julie said in terms of this is embarrassing, frankly. I mean, I think that Albany makes a real statement, and by having a program like this, having a program that is supportive, that is committed to supporting the population in the city. And so I guess in terms of, I can't tell you how many people I've talked to about housing in Albany, who lives in Albany, what kind of diversity that exists here, which is, frankly, terrible. And people are wringing their hands about it all the time. Well, here is one way for us to say our community supports low-income people. And sadly, that cuts along race lines. So if we are committed to racial justice in this city, then we need to have programs that support low-income people. And the price is so low, it's frankly embarrassing. And I encourage all of you to look for solutions like is being advocated for us to make this a reality.
Thank you for your comment, Karen. Is that it?
That's it.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the council. At the end of the day, this has been on the council agenda 3 times. We're going back and forth. Let's find a solution. Let's get this done. Is there anything, and I'm speaking to the city attorney, what can we do? What can you address some of the questions that have been asked about the indemnification clause? If the contract between St. Albans and the city, if they're not having clear understanding, there needs to be communication so we can go ahead and move forward. So if you can explain a little bit more on indemnification, talk about premises liability. How is the city liable? If you can go into much detail on what you're looking at, your thought process as far as liability to the city. And once we're done with that, I'll go to Councilmember Nason, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Gary. The contract, to be clear, is between the city and St. Albans, because the purpose was to have St. Albans as a 501c3 take control of the money. I think the purpose of that as well was for financial auditing purposes, and I think our risk pooling authority also recommended that. The indemnification language is in there because if anyone accepts, the money is going to St. Albans as part of this program. If there are any injuries that occur, any damages that occur when someone is having their laundry done or doing their laundry, they can obviously sue the laundromat or the where they're doing the laundry, but they're going to look to all the parties involved. And one of the bigger parties, even though we're only giving a minor contribution, fiscally, we are a large party in terms of our reserves. So they would look to the city and potentially sue the city. And so what the defense and indemnification provision does is it allows those defense costs to be picked up by St. Albans. Now, it was my understanding that DOG was supposed to work directly with St. Albans and having the contract reviewed by St. Albans, including the indemnification language. So it's not clear to me that St. Albans has actually reviewed the agreement. So that would be important to know. I think that was what the direction I heard the council give at the last meeting, that they would do that and be responsible for having the contract completely reviewed. So my concern separately is whether there's issues with the indemnification provision. It's not clear to me that the rest of the contract is agreeable to St. Albans.
Okay, and I have one more question too. As far as the contract agreement between DOG and St. Albans, what bearing does that have on the city? Do we even need to get involved with that contract? That is none of our business.
That is nothing. Yeah, would be in contractual privity with St. Albans. So
Absolutely.
The relationship between DOG and St. Albans is between the two parties.
Absolutely. Councilmember Nason, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so the goal is that if somebody gets hurt in the course of this and they sue everyone in sight, they sue us, they sue the city, they sue DOG, they sue St. Albans, and they sue the laundromat. And we want that to be covered by the insurance of the laundromat and St. Albans, to the extent that St. Albans' relationship with DOG is a fiscal sponsorship, which I assume that it is. And in as much as St. Albans is receiving and spending the money to make the program happen. The indemnification clause, to my understanding, is not an appropriate thing when what you are looking for is insurance coverage. Indemnification is a voluntary assumption of liability, which is not an insurable type of liability. So if the goal is that we want the laundromat, the insurance of the laundromat and St. Albans to cover the defense and any ultimate liability, then it would be better to strike the indemnification clause, is my understanding. And I'm not practicing law these days, but if I were St. Albans, I would not sign this contract because I would be fearful that I would be asked as a church to pay it out of my general fund, as opposed to having my insurance, my comprehensive general liability insurance kick in. So I don't like that aspect of it. We've heard from Jim Beller that St. Albans has concerns about it. I would be willing to move the matter forward, striking the indemnification clause if that's acceptable to the city attorney. And if it's not acceptable to the city attorney, then I think I would probably vote no on this. Because
Okay.
among other things, I don't want to hurt the church. You know, St. Albans
That's
is
true.
a great community resource. They do so much for this community, and I would be very reluctant to even encourage them to do anything that could create liabilities for which they are not going to have insurance.
City Attorney, can you address this indemnification clause? If we agree to remove that, could we get this contract signed? I mean,
I don't actually know because I don't know that St. Albans has reviewed the agreement.
okay.
So
Okay.
that was the concern I expressed earlier, is I don't know that that's the only issue.
Okay.
And maybe Dog can make that representation of whether they've reached out to St. Albans and if St. Albans would sign the agreement if the indemnification clause was removed.
All right. I'm going to call, go ahead, Jim Beller. Go ahead, please.
Well, right now, St. Albans, I'm not a member of the congregation, but Beth is, and I know what's going on there pretty well. They don't have a minister right now. And Catherine Ann's the head warden, and she did read the contract, and of course, didn't understand what it would mean to her or the church for her to sign the indemnification clause. And like I said before, they were going to ask the diocese in San Francisco to review it for them.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to table this, put it aside. Let's make sure that St. Albans have done their due diligence, reviewed the contract. Once they've reviewed it, let's bring it back and we can have this discussion at this time. Let's go to 711, item 711. Councilmember Nason?
Oh, yeah, I had a question for Councilmember Tiedemann. And I have to do some clicking to bring it back up. But there was language about intimidation of students, that we're asking the university to cease intimidation. And I haven't seen the evidence that the university has in fact intimidated students. And I'm not in the mode of being a big defender of UC with respect to Albany or the Village these days. But on the other hand, I'm reluctant to send a letter that contains an implicit accusation if we don't have evidence that accusation is true.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yeah. No, I'm glad you asked this question. I wanted to clarify. I've talked to someone at UC about this, and I've talked to the Village residents, and I want to be very clear. I'm not accusing the UC of deliberately, trying to intimidate students. But what this is addressing is that the students that I've talked to and the Residents Association says that they have felt intimidated and felt that the UC is using tactics that make them feel intimidated, like, putting holds on things, taking money from places that the students don't think they should be able to, like student loans, various things like that. I've communicated in my talks with the UC that I do not think this was their intention, but if if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck when it comes to the students and they feel intimidated, then I think that the UC should pull back on some of those things that are making them feel that way. And to clarify one other thing in here, my staff report says that no CARES money was used for rent relief in the Village. That is true. Money was given from CARES to students, but it was not explicitly for rent relief. So I just wanted to make that explicitly clear.
Okay.
Would you accept a proposed language amendment to the letter where, and I'm going from memory because my clicking didn't get me where I wanted to go. I've had a little tech issue today that has been bothering me all day. But the language to the effect that we're asking the university to cease intimidation, could we change that to something like cease any activities that have the effect of making students feel that the university is attempting to intimidate them, or something. Maybe that seems like way too many words, but would you be okay with some kind of alteration of that kind?
Yeah, I'm perfectly okay with that sort of alteration.
Okay, then maybe we can wordsmith it if the council. Oh, here we go. Yay, Ann, wonderful. Thank you. That's what I was trying to click to. Okay, so cease efforts to intimidate students. How about if we change that to cease activities that may cause students to feel intimidated, comma.
And then
Or,
delete students.
Yeah, delete that next students. And maybe just to make it a little bit more grammatically consistent now that it's been changed, say, so we said cease activities, so let's say end activities to reclaim.
Great. I'm perfectly happy with that language. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Tiedemann, I had a question. So at the end of the letter, I mean, we basically gave our ask, what we would like the university to do. But I mean, what are your thoughts on possibly having some type of solution prior to ending? Like, giving, how we could work together and, put a kind of a spin on how we can partnership with the UC Village to, make sure that our students are taken care of, and just asking for your thoughts. That's all.
I mean, it's my intention that this letter puts our official position out there, and as it was something that the Village students wanted, and use our ability to make that public. But it was also my intention that this is essentially the start of a conversation that we are going to be involved in. And I know both the mayor and myself have taken steps to continue talking with the UC and about this issue, as well as with students. So if we wanted to add language to that specifically, we could. But I think that's, that is the plan going forward from this.
I mean, I think just a one-liner, just basically say, as we continue conversations, I mean, however you want to word, we just want to make it, yes, this is our ask, but we also want to let them know we're not demanding anything without, saying we're willing to partner, or at least continue the conversations on how we can work together, city, university, in moving forward in our relationship, something like that. Mm-hmm. Vice Mayor Jordan, please.
Yeah, if I could offer, we look forward to continuing to engage with you on these issues or on these matters.
Something like that. Yeah, that would be great.
Yep, that sounds great.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that language. I think that's a step forward. I think Councilmember Tiedemann, you mentioned that you will be continuing these conversations. It seems to me that the conversations at whatever level that they're taking place should happen before we send a letter. The letter is kind of, we've reached out, we've tried to make this work, it didn't work. Now we're sending a letter to the chancellor. I mean, it just seems like there should be more conversation before we send the letter. Would be my preference.
So on that, this letter it's following up on conversation that's happened at the village level. A lot of these students have been trying to make these points clear and make it clear why a 4% rent increase can't happen, why there needs to be more assistance. And they feel that, their voices are not being heard, and that these demands there's not enough ground being given, or not enough attention to them being given. I think this letter, as is our ability and responsibility, makes this a little bit more concrete. It uses our soft power, I guess, to try and push that forward and continue on the advocacy the students have done on their own part. How to get to these goals is the conversation going forward, but I think having this officially out there as these are the concerns that we are hearing from our constituents who are in this very tough situation. And so this is what they'd like to see. This is what they've been saying. This is what they feel hasn't been being heard. And so it's what we'd like to see as well.
Am I correct that you have ongoing conversations even scheduled this week?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it just seems like the conversation should happen, and then it may be a totally different letter. The next letter may be, we sat down with you, we tried, it didn't work, and now we're sending a little heavier letter. So I would prefer to wait.
All right, Councilmember Neeson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, would it be an acceptable thing to suggest to council that the council authorize Councilmember Tiedemann to send the letter, but with the as a follow-up to the meeting, to the discussions that he mentions, so that he can exercise his judgment whether the letter is still an appropriate communication following the discussions.
Yeah, that would probably be okay. And I just want to say one more thing about this. Certainly not an expert in this, but it seems like there's question on, is it SB 91, if the university can even participate, or with the county. And it seems like that's an area that the university could throw their weight into the discussion and say, you need to allow us to be the landlord for these students and allow them to get the grant money. And it seems to me that that might be an area that we really lean on the university and maybe use our power with our political representatives too, to say, you have this great program, but if it doesn't allow the university students to participate, it's really not meeting the needs of our community members. So I think that's a piece that we should be looking at.
So on that second point, the latest I've heard is that the students can participate in the program and with the university support get the full amount of rent forgiveness that is possible under that program. The university just cannot apply as an actor on behalf of all its students. It's too big as it's designed now. I am completely in support of lobbying and using our whatever power we have to make that more accessible. So I think that's a great idea. On the issue of waiting to send this letter, I'd be fine with waiting to send it, but I think it, the goal of this is to send a message that this is what we're hearing and that these suggestions from the students haven't been being met, and to put, public pressure on the university to make some of these changes. I have no doubt that they will continue to have conversations and they will continue to provide information. Whether change will happen without public pressure like this, I'm not sure. And so I think having this as a strong statement on behalf of the city council right now doesn't negate our ability to continue negotiating, nor does it do us any harm. It only does good in moving the needle forward.
Absolutely. All right, well, I'll go ahead and go to public comment. It looks like we have one. Margie Marks, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you for doing this, Councilman Tiedemann. I think this is really important. The UC students I've spoken to, I don't know if they used the word intimidation, but the word they used was threaten. The university had threatened their degree. The university had threatened to not let them sign up for classes, things that a regular landlord would have no power over someone, that they were renting a place from. There were about 200 families that haven't paid rent since last April. So there's a big need in the village. And if any of you go to the food giveaway that's done there 3 times a week, you could see the lines of families lined up to get free food. I think you should send the letter. I think you should send it now. I think it makes it clear what the city's asking for. And I want to thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Margie, for your comment.
That's it.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go to item number 712. Councilmember Nason, you pulled that as well?
That's me again. Yes, I strongly support this. I wanted to make note that my intention, somewhat related, would be to come forward with a proclamation for Italian American Heritage Month, which occurs in October. We do tend to talk about Columbus. It's important for people to understand that Columbus Day was in a way, its own diversity, equity, and inclusion measure from a time when Italian people were not considered of the same race as Northern European people. And there was considerable persecution of Catholics in general, but Italians in particular in our part of the world. Specifically in the East Bay. And Albany was a very Italian place and took some very hard hits from Albany in connection with that. So I want to emphasize that I favor this, but recognize the importance, the historical importance of Columbus Day, and want to, and we'll make sure that we do something appropriate to recognize our Italian community and its history. Thank you.
Any other council member? Councilmember McQuaid?
Thank you. Yes, I totally support this. I worked on it last year. We were going to put it into the equity plan. Enough said about that. But I am interested in the process going forward. I mean, this is not a city holiday, so it's simply a matter of language change in the Muni Code and with the bargaining units. Am I correct in that?
Yes, it would be a change to our website reflecting the name of the holiday as well as in the municipal code and in the MOUs with the unions.
Has there been any discussion with the bargaining units?
No, it's not a negotiation item. It would just simply be a name change to an existing holiday.
So easy. Super.
All right. I'll go ahead and take public comment on this one. Looks like we have any public comment. Go ahead, Karen, please.
Yeah, I want to really appreciate this whatever is being put out here. I don't know what it's called, but I'm really glad that this memo, actually it's a memo, came out, and I think it's really important. I'm trying to pull up the memo right now that Janelle submitted, but it's important to understand that this day is actually not for all Italian Americans, like actually supported. And that's really clear in the memo if you read it, that it's actually a contested holiday even amongst that community. So number one, starting in that, I think, I think the history is really important, and the discrimination, and the way that Italian and Italian Americans were treated in this country really relates to the changing nature of race and the way that we are divided in an attempt to, racialize us and oppress lots of different types of people. But this memo of that striking that name, I think, is really important. And I just want to really thank the mayor for bringing this forward. I'm encouraged that that we would strike that name entirely from any reference in the city of Albany. And I just think it is so critical. And as we, earlier, I believe still on the call, we have some representatives from the Confederated Tribes of the Lijan Ohlone people, tribal spokesperson Karina Gould, and I'm really excited that she's actually here tonight, and I believe so. She had pulled one of the comments, and so the fact that we have Ohlone tribal members like paying attention to our city is very important. That name, the Columbus Day, not be part of this city. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Karen. Next.
I guess really Karen said just about everything I wanted to say. So I'll just say that I support this. It's about time. I'm really happy to see it. And I agree that if the Italian Americans were discriminated against, I think that's something that needs to be addressed separately. But this is about Columbus and what happened to Indigenous people when colonizers came over to this country and stole their land and killed them. So I think it's really important that we be clear on that, and we be it's a great idea, and I'm glad it's happening. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Karina.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Karina Gould. I am the Tribal Chair and Spokesperson for the Confederated Villages of Lishawn. And Albany sits in one of our traditional territories, the territory of Huichin. And I just wanted to say that I'm happy to be able to make your acquaintance. I hope to see you in person one day so that we could begin to work together and to learn about the true history on the lands on which we stand. I also wanted to take this opportunity to say that I am in strong support of the name change from Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. In 1992, the city of Berkeley was the first city to change this. 2 years later, the city of Santa Cruz did that. Oakland City Council just did this last year. And I think that it's time, as we were just in this place in our country over the last year, talking about telling the truth to history. Columbus never stepped foot on North America. He actually enslaved people in the Caribbean. And so it's important for us to begin to tell those truths to the history. There's over 528 years of colonization that has happened on this land needs to be reckoned with. And I think that by a simple name change in city documents and acknowledging Indigenous people as the first people who stewarded this land and are still here on this land should be acknowledged. And I think that the city of Albany would be really taking a step forward in beginning to have those conversations about the truth to history. And so thank you so much for bringing this forward. I hope that you all pass this well, and I hope that we're able to talk about further things in the future.
Thank you so much, Karina. Jeremiah?
Thank you. I am full support of the name change to Indigenous Peoples Day, Columbus Day. I mean, really, you know, the Gilchak farm, this whole land is very fertile. I have experienced the land myself. There's a lot of clay in the land, a lot of nutrients in the soil. You know how many hundreds of thousands of pounds of vegetables come out of Gilchak farm every year? I mean, it's all weighed every day. Everything is weighed and calculated in a book. And it's just, this land is so precious. And it's just, you know, Indigenous people have been dealing with bullies for years. And bullies just want to take over everything. They want to just do what they want. And that's what's been happening for so long. And that needs to change, you know. So I'm in full support.
Thank you so much for your comment. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor. Yes, just briefly, I'm in support of this item as well and agree with all the comments of the previous speakers. It's about time we acknowledge the Indigenous people in a better way. There is, after all, no other holiday acknowledging them. And Columbus, as one of the speakers pointed out, the name Columbus Day specifically calls out Columbus, who you know was known to be an enslaver and doer of many bad things. So thank you for bringing this forward. I support.
Thank you so much. I believe this is our last one. Go ahead, please. You're on mute.
Good evening. My name is Gino Baricello, and I'm here in support of the name change to Indigenous Peoples Day. I'm a proud member of the Creek Nation, and I'm also have the distinct, unique quality of being Italian American, but not only Italian American. In recent years, I've acquired dual citizenship with the nation of Italy. So, and having family members living here for decades in Albany, I can honestly tell you that it's the right move to make the name change to Indigenous Peoples Day. Italians themselves do not lay claim to Christopher Columbus being an icon in that nation. And I'm also speaking as a former coordinator for Berkeley's Indigenous Peoples Day. I was the coordinator there from 2007 to 2019. So I'm really excited to see this, this consideration by the council. In any way that I can be of assistance, I'm willing to help you all if needed. I'm a recent new resident of the city of Albany, so excited to see this happen here. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Gino. All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. All right, we'll go to item number 713. Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I support this. I think it's important. I support Juneteenth. I'm a little bit concerned. My concern is I have two concerns. One concern is I'm not convinced of the efficacy of paid holidays, even national holidays, to really get people focused on the things we want them to focus on. They tend to become, you know, days to take a trip to the beach. And I really would like to see something like this accompanied by programs that get people, that offer people an opportunity to learn more about what it is exactly that we're celebrating and why, and all the questions around it. I have a more substantive issue, and that is, you know, this has been a very great, the pandemic has been the best time to be a government employee since the Great Depression. It's been, as compared to what's been going on in the private sector with so many people losing jobs and so forth. And I have concerns about benefits, continually increasing benefits for our government workforce that are not available to the rest of society, and the divide that can create. So my preference with this would not be to add it as a holiday, but rather to substitute this as a paid holiday for the half holidays that we already provide for Christmas and New Year's. It is, and I realize this is a union issue. This would have to be a proposal that we would have to take to the unions and discuss with them. But it is not so common to have a day and a half for Christmas, which we provide, nor a day and a half for New Year's, which we provide. I think that people who need extra time at Christmas or New Year's, you know, the week between Christmas and New Year's is a week that a lot of people take some of their paid time, and people have 3 floating holidays. If it's important to them to have an extra day at Christmas or New Year's, they can use one of their floating holidays. But I think it would be, I think it would make a lot of sense to take this to the unions, talk to them, tell them we want to do this, but we don't want to do it in a manner where it's not our intention to do it in a manner that increases the compensation package for our employees. We'd like to do it in a expense neutral kind of way, and propose that those half holidays that this be a substitute for the half holidays. And this is what a lot of cities have done, by the way. When a lot of cities in the South have made Juneteenth a paid holiday. But I haven't been able to do like a systematic survey, and I know that's what Vice Mayor Jordan would tell me I need to do, and I know that's right. But I have looked around, I've just Googled around, and I've certainly seen quite a number of cities that have already made this a paid holiday have done it in lieu of another paid holiday, rather than as an addition to the overall compensation package. So that would be my suggestion about this.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Thank you for the creative thinking, Councilmember Nason. I too was concerned about the financial impact of this and whether it would meet the educational mission or the educational goal. To the best I could calculate, which is not very good. The cost of an additional holiday to the city is $75,000 to $100,000. Some of that is in direct pay to public safety staff who need to be on duty, whether it's holiday or not, so they get additional pay. Some of it is in lost productivity, because as we have staff capacity. That's one of the complaints I often hear is staff isn't doing enough, which I'm not saying I agree with that, but to reduce the amount of time that staff is working further is a cost. Less work to be done. So I do like your solution as you propose it. I would also like to add in, and I don't think we can design this right here, but that we want to, well, I guess we could here and now say we want to have it a named holiday in the same way that we just discussed Indigenous Peoples Day being a named holiday, even though it is not a staff paid holiday, to help elevate knowledge about this, awareness of this. And then also, and this part I don't think we can design right now, but to actually have it, some sort of educational program that comes out from the city on this in its e-news, in its recreation, quarterly recreation brochure, whatever other communications, which I think would go further towards the goal than giving staff a holiday. Thanks.
And City Manager, can you speak to the financial considerations that Vice Mayor brought up?
Sure, yeah, we've received some questions on the overall financial consideration. What I can tell you is that for public safety, as Vice Mayor Jordan noted, that they do not take holidays, so they have in lieu pay for holidays. So that's where the dollar amount from our finance director, as quoted, estimates at about $40,000 to $45,000 annually. In terms of the question regarding the half holidays, I need to double check the MOUs. I don't know if those half-day holidays are included in that in lieu compensation for public safety. So there would certainly need to be some additional research there should that actually be an option recommended.
Thank you so much. All right, I'll go to public comment. Go ahead, Margie.
Hi, thank you. In the memo that Mayor Gary wrote for this, and I thank you for taking this up also, she talked about what the percentage of African-American population in Albany is, and it's 2.98%. In 2015, when the housing element was done, it was 4%. So we've lost African-American citizens in Albany, which I find heartbreaking. So I think, this should be recognized as a holiday. It should be a national holiday, but we can't affect that. You can't affect what happens in our own city. It was a singular moment in U.S. history and solidifies the reality that Black history is American history. And celebrating it, reminds everyone of that and, where we're at and how much we have to go, especially this year. I mean, we're talking about, Juneteenth, which is coming up very soon. I hope you pass this, and I would like to see signs of it. When I say signs, I mean flags or even signs that go in store windows about Juneteenth Juneteenth and that this what the city is taking this on as a holiday and what it means to every one of us. Or if we could put flags up on Solano, if we could do something, I would volunteer to put stuff in store windows. I think it's just not enough for us to say, to pass this motion. That's not enough. I know it's a start, but I want us to do more. We need to do more. We need to attract more African Americans. They're a richness in our society, and we need more than 2.98% in Albany. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next comment. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I know it's going to cost, it was $75,000, $100,000, you know, extra to pay all the city employees, you know, for the holiday pay. You know, if you didn't want to take it out of the sugar sweetened tax beverage fund, if you didn't want the money to come from there, that seems like the hot spot just to go for money. But if you didn't want it to come from there, then why not just write the letter up to the state and have this whole Juneteenth be a state holiday? That way, you know, you could change not only Albany, but every city in the entire state of California. You know, you could push this to the state. I think it's great taking charge and spearheading, you know, this as a city, but wouldn't that be great if it was statewide? You know, so I think we could start with the city. You know, we could be, you know, a front runner in that, and you know, inspire other cities to take this on, you know, as well. But I think if we just rewrite the letter and maybe push it to the state level and get this a state holiday or something, then the money would actually come from the state, because it would be a state holiday. So then the state would be paying for it. But so there you go. Good luck.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Next. Go ahead, Karen, please.
Yeah, I wanted to just talk a little bit about this note or memo that Mayor Gary put forth, which is, so I wanted to speak in strong support. I think that something really important about this memo is that if you scroll down to page 2, particularly around the composition of the staff in the city of Albany, you will see that that the staff, you know, 8% of the city staff, in terms of just general staff, is 8% African American. But when we get to supervisor, manager, department heads, that is 3%. And on some level, it reflects the population of the city of Albany. But is that really what we want? Like, is that what we want? We want 84% of our supervisors, managers, and department heads to be white. And if we want to have a city that's diverse, our staff must reflect that. And it's got to be more than 8%. So I want to say that if I were looking for a job in the city of Albany and I heard that Juneteenth, you know, if I were African American, I think I would be pretty buoyed and excited about working for an organization that recognized Juneteenth and honored it as a city holiday. And I really want to point out, you know, I'm as I said, I'm on the SEJC, and I'd love to know how much you all paid the consultant that basically wrote report after report about the racial justice issues in the city of Albany. I mean, the amount of money that was put towards this consultant that said, you really need to do something about racial justice in the city of Albany. And yet here we are with a very clear line between the history of oppression of Black people in this country. Juneteenth is such an important holiday, right? And so I can't pass up this opportunity to say, apparently the city of Albany cares enough to hire a consultant and spend a lot of money on that. But when we actually get down to something very concrete, I would love to see the same amount of commitment and passion.
Thank you, Karen, for your comment. Next, please.
I love coming after Karen. I support what Karen said, and I also support this. I think it is really an amazing idea that we would take it so seriously that would actually consider it a city holiday rather than just being something token where we pass something and we say, yeah, we acknowledge that, and then that's it. I agree with Margie that I would like to see it citywide. And I also think that Councilmember Nason's idea of taking 2.5 holidays, I didn't even know that city employees got 1.5 days for Christmas. I don't agree with that. That's a Christian holiday, and I don't understand unless we're giving holidays for other religions. I'm not even clear why that happens at all. So I love the idea of taking that half day, and then and New Year's Day. You know, it's again based on your own calendar, the Jewish calendar. It's not the New Year's Day and other calendars, Chinese New Year. So it's really a very white and Eurocentric, both of those, and Christian. So I think that's a good idea. If money is an issue, or don't let money be an issue. Either way, I completely support the idea. And I think what that would just be, I mean, when I just think about it, it's just an amazing idea that we would actually really, that Albany would be making that strong a statement. And I agree with Karen that if somebody might say, yeah, maybe I do want to work for Albany or live in Albany, because that's how strongly they feel about racial division in our country, and that they're actually willing to acknowledge the history and address it and actively do something about it. I've also enjoyed the Juneteenth celebrations that Mayor Gary has put on the last couple of years. And I think one of the problems is that people in Albany don't even know what Juneteenth is. Most people. And so this would be an opportunity for people to learn more about it. So I really support it. I hope that you make it a paid day off and not just a token. Yes, we'll call it this, but we'll celebrate it, but we won't actually put our city behind it and take a strong stance on supporting racial justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Yeah, I support this item as well. I support the comments of the previous speakers. I as well was concerned about the cost, so thank you to Councilmember Nason for bringing up the clever idea. I do think it should be a paid holiday. I think that will elevate it to the status of other holidays, which people do take advantage of to promote for example, on MLK Day, the teachings of Martin Luther King Jr., and on Memorial Day to celebrate the veterans and et cetera, all the holidays. I think we should give it full status. And I think that it also, another speaker had a great idea that I did a little research about this, and this has had some traction in other cities at the state level and at the federal level. It hasn't gotten that far in many cases. So I think that it would be great if the council could also send letters to the state and federal, to your state and federal representatives to support the idea of making this a state and federal holiday as well. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Greg.
Thanks so much. I appreciate y'all having me on. This is Greg Downs. As many of you know, I'm a U.S. historian, study slavery emancipation, and just wanted to speak in favor of this. I think many of the best arguments have been given, so I won't repeat all of those, but did want to emphasize that this is a long established, holiday. And that its celebration in California is long established. There are many comparable places to Albany that do, including Davis, which is a city sometimes we talk about as a somewhat comparable city. It has long had long-standing Juneteenth celebrations. So it's not only something that's been done in big cities in California, it's celebrated around the country and around the world, especially by descendants of Afro-Texans. And as a commemoration of
emancipation and a celebration of freedom and a call to bring freedom to bear. So since those are our values, and since as previous speakers, including Karen Zapata, have talked about our commitments, at least stated commitments to those values, I think it's an excellent chance for us to show that it's not just a stated commitment, but that to put our money and our beliefs where our mouth is and to send a strong signal. So thank you for considering this. And I'll cut off there.
Thank you so much for your comment. I believe that's it.
That's all.
All right. So I want to read something real fast, Councilmember Nason. And it's a response to, Councilmember McQuaid. I'm sorry, Councilmember Nason. I was looking at you, Brother McQuaid. So July 4th, 1776. Whereas on June 19, 1865, U.S. soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas, with the orders to enforce the presidential proclamation, which was written in 1863. 1776, we celebrate July 4th as a Freedom Day. But Black and African Americans were still enslaved. 1863, 1865. So when we talk about holidays and celebrating freedom, I mean, I can't imagine why this wouldn't be another way to celebrate and to acknowledge what African-American slavery was going on during that time and the freedom that and the enslaved that they had to endure. I think this is an opportunity for us as a city to take the forefront. I've heard many cities have done this, they're given half days, but it's time for us to be a leader in Alameda County and stand up. We have to change the narrative in this city. You speak to people, at least in my community, and you talk about Albany, there's a frown on their face, especially from Black and brown people. We don't go to Albany. Albany is not a place that welcomes us. We should be ready to champion that, change the face of Albany, be the leaders, and try to bring this forward. And as some of the comments stated, people will be excited to come here and be about a part of Albany because Albany is moving in the right direction. Diversity, standing by. We can't say that we're a diverse population and we're only saying that to certain people and not all. We got to come together as a community. And so that's why I brought this in lieu of George Floyd and everything that has happened throughout the pandemic and that continues to happen. This is the least that we could do to show African Americans, or at least the Santa Clara County, who has also did this, Alameda County, everybody, that Albany is making a difference. We're going to stand with Black and African American people and move this forward as a holiday. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you for your comments. I don't want to speak for all of the council, but I have a sense that we're all in agreement to do this. At least I certainly am. But I do have some sort of questions about the technical piece going forward. I think Councilmember Nason's idea is good. And so I guess, Nicole, perhaps you could help me understand what the next steps would be.
I need to clarify and confirm, staff has confirmed with me, those 2 half days are not applicable to public safety. So in terms of a solution financially, we would have to look at other options. So currently, if this is an added holiday, the direct cost would be to the in lieu pay for public safety. So I just wanted to restate that so it's clear for the record. In terms of procedurally, should the council adopt this, it's a simple side letter to the MOUs with our unions to add the holiday. And then Mala, procedurally, do we include anything anywhere else? Never added a holiday.
I think it doesn't need to go anywhere else other than the MOU.
Hold on, Councilmember McQuaid, unless you have something to add to that.
I have a question for the city manager, but I can wait.
Okay, because Councilmember Nason had put her hand up. So Councilmember Nason, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that at least on the fire side, I don't think I have the police piece, but the fire, the AFFA, the fire, our agreement with the Firemen's Union, their paid holidays, and they still get 2 President's Days. They get the President's Day that everybody gets, but they also get Lincoln's birthday. And I think that President Lincoln himself would probably be very pleased if we substituted Juneteenth for his birthday. So I think that there is definitely a path towards a substitution approach for at least the fire department, if not the police. And
Thank you.
basically,
Oh, sorry.
And
So, go ahead, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I understand the procedure in terms of the interest in substitution. So I think that direction, without adding specificity into which is substituted, is something certainly the council could give direction to staff to coordinate with the respective unions on.
I'm sorry. Councilmember McQuaid, go ahead, please.
Well, having just watched a 6-week special on Lincoln, I'm not sure that he would agree, but that's a discussion for another time. I am wondering though, how and if we need to calculate cost of adding a holiday for all of the staff. I'm not quite sure how to think about it. Do we can figure out how much people get paid per day and we know that that's how much a holiday costs? Or can you help me know how to think about that?
So there's the difference between a direct cost and a indirect cost. For those that do not receive the in lieu pay, it's simply a day that they receive their typical pay, but it's holiday pay. So there's not an additional cost to the city. It's simply, if you will, a loss of productivity because the offices are closed.
Okay. Vice Mayor, Councilmember McQuaid, you're done?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Jordan, please.
Yes, the way I looked at the lost productivity is what is the total payroll for non-public safety? How many days a year does non-public safety work on average when you subtract out vacation, sick leave, and other holidays? And if you take, that can give you a cost per day, essentially for each day worked. And then if you take out one day, then you know what the cost of taking out the next day is in terms of productivity. So that's how it came out to, like $30,000 or so for a lost productivity for the non-public safety staff. But if non-public safety staff is getting that half day, which again, really commend Councilmember Nathan for looking at the details on this. It's usually me, so I'm a little embarrassed I didn't do it, but I'm grateful somebody else did. That's why we have 5 of us. If the non-public safety staff are getting a half day on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, then yeah, it doesn't make much sense. So I think that's an easy solution on the non-public safety staff side. And it sounds like we have a solution on the fire department side. So, but we're pretty much there. It seems like whether we can get all that done tonight or it needs another agenda item, I don't know.
City Manager?
Because of the conversations that we're having and the need to engage with the unions, it would need to be something that the council directs staff to confer with the unions on, and then we would be happy to report back in whatever way is most effective.
All right. Sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
Mayor Gary, would you be receptive to a change in this item to proclaim Juneteenth immediately as a municipal holiday in the same manner as Indigenous Peoples Day, and give direction to the city manager to open discussions with the city's unions regarding substitution of a paid Juneteenth holiday for current holidays that are not commonly enjoyed.
Right. So you're asking me, would I be okay with us passing it and then giving direction? That's correct. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Councilmember McQuaid?
I'm sorry. I thought that Nicole, I thought you said something about we can't trade out holidays, and I'm looking at not just public safety, but now everybody. I guess I'm trying to figure out, are we adding a holiday or are we trading a holiday? That I'm still not clear on that.
I heard that we're substituting a holiday, and if we are, then we need to meet and confer with the unions.
Okay,
We're immediately adding, what I proposed to Mayor Gary is that we immediately add an unpaid, I'm sorry, we add an unpaid municipal holiday. So it's a holiday in the same sense that Indigenous Peoples' Day is a holiday. It's not a day that people get off with pay, but it is a declared municipal holiday. And then we open negotiations with the unions about substituting Juneteenth as a paid holiday in lieu of some of the unusual holidays that are currently enjoyed by Albany employees, including the extra half days for the 2 Christian holidays and the continued celebration of Lincoln's birthday, which for most folks has been combined with Washington's birthday to a single President's Day.
Now, it's city manager, the conversation will need to be had for the unions for the police and fire. Are those the only 2? Or is it all?
Also with SEIU.
Okay, with SEIU. Okay. So how long will that take? I mean, is that we have to wait another year for negotiations to get that, or are we able to? So I would propose that we pass it as paid and have staff come back if there's any changes, and we approve that at that point. We can amend it. That's what I propose.
I don't think we can add a benefit and then negotiate about it. I think if we're going to add an employment benefit, we add it, and I don't think trying to then somehow claw it back makes sense. I think we need to talk to the unions about making this switch.
No, so are you just referring to the financial piece? What I'm saying is that not to take it back or to negotiate it back. This is what we pass, and then they work with the city manager and union work together to make this happen. That's what I'm stating.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be paid for it until there is an agreement with the unions. Each union's members would get paid for it going forward from the time that it's added to the union contract.
Correct.
So I guess the clarity remains around whether we're adding a holiday or if we're substituting in terms of the MOUs is the direction that I would need from the council.
So we're adding a holiday.
We're adding in the same sense that we have Indigenous Peoples' Day. None of the unions have contracts under which the employees are paid for a day off for Indigenous Peoples' Day or Columbus Day, correct?
Correct.
So this would be a holiday from starting today or whenever it takes effect. Juneteenth would have the same status as Indigenous Peoples' Day. It would be a municipal holiday, but it would not be a paid day off for our employees. However, we would direct the city manager to contact the unions and ask them to accept a substitution of Juneteenth as a paid holiday in exchange for giving up the unusual paid holidays, the extra time for the Christian holidays and the extra President's Day for the fire department. Would we be ready by this June 19th? You know, I don't know. A lot would depend on how the union people feel. I would think that they would be receptive for a whole variety of reasons, that they might very well be eager to help facilitate making Juneteenth a paid holiday right away. But, you know, unions are unions. They have a tremendous number of voices involved, and there might be people who say, no, I want my extra half day before Christmas. That's something I really want. I'm not giving it up for Juneteenth. So we have to have those conversations, I think.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the two extra half days are only for non-unionized.
No, they're
staff?
for SEIU staff. They're for the, they're not for police or fire, but they're for the other employees who are represented by the Service Employees International Union.
Okay, that's the first time I've heard that. Is that the case, city manager? Just to confirm, I don't have all the contracts. I'm just trying to frame this matrix in my mind.
That's right. We have 3 separate MOUs, so it understandably it's confusing, and 3 different sets of holidays recognized. Yes, there are half days listed in the MOU with SEIU.
Okay. And then there's actually 4 groups. There's some staff that are not in one of those bargaining units. And what's the holiday situation there? Does that staff have the half days as well?
Yes. Any change to that group doesn't necessarily affect because they are not covered by a MOU.
Okay. So that group could be changed. I don't know if we have the legal instrument to do it, but that group could be changed now, potentially.
Yeah, I think that the most straightforward thing for the council to do at this point is to direct staff to meet and confer, and then we could, because there's so many variations. We would be happy to return.
But we can declare the symbolic holiday. We can immediately say we have a Juneteenth holiday in the same sense that we have an Indigenous Peoples Day, and that we in the past have had Columbus Day. It's a holiday. It's not a paid holiday, but we're going to work that out.
Yeah, and frankly, I think we should work towards both of those being a paid holiday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the genocide, yeah, the education around that, the need for education around that is epic.
Councilmember McQuaid.
No, I think what the city manager is proposing is the best solution at this point.
Okay. All right, we'll go to.
Is the city manager's proposal different from what I said?
No, it's
not, right? Okay.
Yay. All right.
Because we want to say, hey, we have Juneteenth, and we're gonna move forward with this. So yeah, thank you.
Councilmember McQuaid.
This is just kind of an aside as we're closing out of consent. I'd just like to comment that I don't think that either 712 or 713 should have been consent calendar items. They obviously generated quite a bit of discussion, which was great, but I don't think they were routinely considered by the council. And I think in the future, these kind of items should be new business.
City manager.
Note taken.
Okay. 715, please. That was Jeremiah.
Hi, good evening. So, I've experienced this my whole life. Bullies. What's happening here with this task force is that everybody knows that I applied way back in the beginning. And in January, I was selected as one of the 12 applicants based on my application, blind application. And now all of a sudden, everybody found out that I'm on it and the Social and Economic Justice Commission. Now you're trying to take it away. And I don't think that's right or fair at all. I was on the police task force first, fair and square. And then the Albany Unified School District appointed me to Social and Economic Justice Commission a month later. I've been working on this task force for 6 months now. I've got a whole pamphlet. I've been out here doing stuff. Has anybody else on that task force even started doing anything? I started the day I was on it. So if you want help, why are you trying to take me off it? It doesn't make sense, because at the same time, right? You want somebody from the social and economic justice to be on that task force. Well, I'm on the Social and Economic Justice Commission, but you just don't want me. But you want somebody on the Social and Economic Justice Commission. I mean, you want somebody to be on the task force, but just not me. I was already elected on the task force, fair and square. So this is what's wrong with the system. We got certain people trying to be bullies on Jeremiah, and it's unacceptable. City attorney, city manager, what the heck is going on here? So what if I was the representative from the Social and Economic Justice Commission? What if I was that chosen person? I bet a few people would be upset that I made it, huh? Again. I'm just tired of the bullying. You guys swear you stand united against hate, but I've seen the hate towards me left and right. And I'm going to keep trying to do my best as a citizen. I'm going to keep doing my best I can to help the community, because my voice represents a lot. You guys are trying to silence my voice.
All right. All right. Well, any other comments? I'm going to bring this to the council. Any comments on 7:15? If not, I'll go ahead and take a motion. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
I move the consent calendar with the changes that have been discussed to, let's see, we discussed changes in 7, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Were there other changes that were to be made in any of the consent items?
So no changes to 7:10. We're just going to pull it until everyone.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're pulling 7:10, but changes to 7:11, 7:12, 7:13, and then Vice Mayor Jordan. Was there a change to the minutes at 7:1?
Yes.
That's correct. Okay. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
All right. Can I get a roll call?
Could I get a clarification on the motion for, or the change for 7:11, please?
Oh,
change is the language that we looked at as suggested by Councilmember Nason, and the additional language that Vice Mayor Jordan suggested for the end of that letter.
Because I think there was also a suggestion to give you authorization after the meeting, whether to send a letter.
I do not believe we are going with that.
Okay.
All right.
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
All right, we are going to move to presentation A1, review advisory body work plan.
Good evening, Council. Tonight before you are the 2-year work plan from 2 of the advisory bodies. You'll be receiving the presentation from Arts Committee and the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission. The rest of the advisory body work plans will be presented over the next few council meetings. Staff recommendation is for the council to review the work plan and provide any comments or direction on the work plans and approve the work plans. We have both the advisory body chairs here. We will start with Aaron Gash, the chair of the Arts Committee, and then Brian Martin, the chair of Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission will follow. So if you give me a minute, let me promote them up.
Right. Thank you, City Council. It's very nice to be here. My name is Aaron Gatch. I am the chair of the Albany Arts Committee. I'm also a professor of community arts and sculpture, and also work in the Critical and Ethnic Studies program at California College of the Arts in the area. And I'm a 20-year resident of Albany. And for tonight, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and kind of show you a little bit of what we have been working on over in the Arts Committee. And it will hopefully be fairly succinct. I really admire your fortitude this evening in getting through everything. I just want to say real quick that the Albany Arts Committee in the past year has had quite a bit of turnover. We currently have 5 out of 7 new members that have joined since January. I myself only became a member in the interim in September, but we have been very, very eager to get started on producing a work plan and getting some projects taken care of here. So what I would like to do is just kind of walk you through the work plan, and when we get to the end, we can kind of get into some of the questions and some of the nitty-gritty, and I'll try to answer your questions as best as I can. The current work plan consists of 8 different sections, and these are the Public Art Projects Plan, the Seasonal Haiku Program, collaboration with the Economic Development Committee, Albany Community Center Foyer Exhibitions, the Albany Poet Laureate, addressing the Art in Public Places Ordinance, citywide arts promotion, and the possibility of municipal art participants. This first part, the Public Art Projects Plan, this is the vehicle by which public art is funded in Albany. As far as I understand it, this should have been presented to you along with the work plan. And these are the sections that have dollar amounts currently associated with them. And we're gonna kind of just jump in. The first part is the Sculpture Loan Program. And this consists of borrowing previously made sculptures from artists and citing them in Albany. These are typically, or these are currently agreed upon sculptures from the prior Arts Committee. The locations have also been previously agreed upon. The funding reflects the building of concrete pads to support these, and these are all along the Ohlone Greenway, along Masonic Ave and under the BART tracks. The budget for this is $10,000, and this is a rollover of funds from the previous PAPP. 1.2 is community projects. Community projects consists both of the mural program as currently conceived, which includes a mural which is in progress, as well as future projects, future murals, as well as any public projects initiated by the community or an organization or an individual with an anticipated cost of under $10,000. So if someone comes to the Arts Committee with a proposal for a project, this is set up for us to review those projects and make an advisement based on those projects. 1.3 is a proposal for a public art project in support of Black lives and social justice. And this came about because previously Nick Pilch, as acting mayor, my understanding is that there was a decision from Albany City Council to look into the possibility of doing a mural in support of Black Lives Matter in Albany. And after some discussion, both with the Social and Economic Justice Committee, as well as other members of the community, it was felt that there should be something more meaningful than simply writing Black Lives Matter on the road for cars to drive over. And that there was the possibility of doing something more socially engaged, more lasting, and that this could be a project that would be potentially interactive, participatory, process-based, or otherwise engage the community in some form of contemporary public art. The proposed budget for this project is $10,000. And currently the subcommittee has met and has drafted a proposal for an RFP. 1.4 is addressing the heron sculpture. This is down by the bulb at the end of the turnaround. And currently the heron sculpture is showing some rust and some weathering and some damage. The cost estimate for addressing the heron sculpture is currently at $8,250. So this item on the work plan is to address either the rehabilitation, relocation, or removal of heron sculpture at Albany Bulb. These three together, 1.5, the BART path pillars, 1.6, the utility boxes, and 1.7, additional public art installations, are items that have previously been on the work plan and that members have identified as being important to keep on the work plan and to pursue possibilities for art in various locations throughout Albany. So that takes us through that first section. The next point is seasonal haiku, and Arts Committee member Peter Goodman already took you through some of the really wonderful haiku. This section is simply to allow us to continue to administer the program and explore funding. Number 3 on the work plan is to collaborate with Economic Development Committee. And this is really continuing a collaborative effort that has previously occurred, but expanding it to look at the possibility of creating a mural program and identifying sites throughout the city, predominantly through commercial areas as well as other areas, and to also look into the feasibility of an art in storefronts program. This would mean citing art in vacant storefronts, or possibly working with businesses that aren't vacant who wanted to host art in their storefronts. Point 4 is continuing programming at the Albany Community Center Foyer Gallery. I've been informed this is an old photo and that there has already been changes and renovations to this. So take in the lovely art and the fact that people were able to once join together without masks in a social environment in the presence of such art. But this would include collaboration. Oh, I'm realizing I have the wrong statement there, but it would include programming and funding of the Foyer Gallery. Point 5 is the Albany Poet Laureate. We are currently on the hunt for a new Albany Poet Laureate. And so this would be to pursue the recruitment of that new poet and make a recommendation on the allocation of funding. Number 6 is to address the Art in Public Places Ordinance. This is something that will undoubtedly come up in front of you again as we get more into it and do more research. But one of the kind of obstacles that we have run into in trying to update Albany's relationship to art and to be contemporary in thinking through socially engaged art and public art and citizen-driven art is to have a better understanding and clearer language around the current ordinance, which is a little dated and a little bit restrictive. So we are looking at using language that is consistent with contemporary art practices over the last several decades since the original ordinance was written, to allow us to really create fantastic experiences for residents and visitors. And we also want to use this as an opportunity to consider some of the many successful strategies that we've seen both from neighboring cities as well as cities across the country. And just to give you some sense of what this might look like, it would include adding things, kind of expanding the scope of art to include things like workshops or participatory projects or interactive art or art events or multimedia art performances or other forms of socially engaged collaborations that currently are in a little bit of a gray area in our ordinance. Point 7 is the citywide arts promotion. And really, this is just to explore ways to increase visibility and awareness of the arts in Albany. Obviously, when we do great things in Albany, we want everyone to know about it. So this is just an approach that we're taking to think about how to innovate. And this last part, point 8, municipal art participants or municipal artist partnerships, is really a way of thinking about expanding the relationship between artists and the city and residents within Albany, and to think about how an artist can come in and not just do an isolated project and then leave Albany, or come in and just kind of plop something in place and have that be an artwork, but to really think about how do we develop relationships creatively that expand our understanding of what it means to support the arts within Albany. Again, looking at other cities in the area, there are a lot of possibilities with pairing not just artists, but also curators or other arts professionals to think about how to implement a really meaningful public arts program. And additionally, one of the questions that always comes up with our staff liaisons is trying to figure out how we can make more art happen in Albany faster. So thinking about funding an intern or an employee or a volunteer liaison between the Albany Arts Committee and current or prospective public artists, as well as working alongside staff, could go a long way to make that happen. So I realize this was a very, very quick and very cursory introduction to this work plan, but I imagine that there are some questions. So I will stop the screen share there, and I think we can jump in.
All right, thank you so much, Chair. Go ahead and open it up for city council members. Do you have any? Councilmember Nason, are you first?
Okay. Well, first, I would just want to say thank you for including the herons on your work plan. That's near and dear to my heart. Excellent work plan. I think it's great. I think you're doing some terrific things. And, you know, there is one area of overlap I wanted to mark out between arts, maybe economic development, maybe, and parks, maybe. And I think we're going to be talking about it when we get to the parks discussion. And that's the Shrine of Freedom. And we've been talking about municipal memory today, and the meaning of the torch in the middle of the city, and the potential to reimagine that heart of the city is something that I hope we'll be able to pursue. But that's for the future. Thank you. Excellent arts, excellent work program. I don't really have more.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing this to us. This is the first work plan that I've looked at, that I've commented upon as new council member. So please keep that in mind. There's sort of higher level policy issues that I want to daylight here that are not necessarily specific to the arts plan, but I'm going to use this since it's the first one coming for us to dive into that. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And so if we look at the arts plan, while it was presented in 8 sections, it's actually far more items than that to complete. And you can see section number 1 has got a ton of items under it. So keeping in mind that the Arts Committee meets once a month, it probably meets maybe about 20 to 22 times, depends. I don't know how it handles the holidays over the 2-year period. You know, it would have to accomplish close to one of these bullets every month in order to accomplish this work plan. So I took a look at history. So the first part of the work plan had accomplishments over the last 2 years. And so these were the accomplishments that were listed. It occurred to me to go back and look at the prior work plan for what accomplishments were listed there. So this is the prior work plan accomplishments. And when you line these up, there are the exact same accomplishments listed in some cases, even though they are one-time items. So selected 3 sculptures for sculptural loan program and installation. Sites have been chosen along the Ohlone Greenway. So that is an exact duplication from the prior accomplishments, the accomplishments from what would that have been, 17-18 or 17 to 18 to 20, I don't know, whatever the prior 2 years were. Although in that work plan, it said installations expected by early summer of 2019. Well, they still haven't been installed, to my knowledge, unless somebody corrects me. This is an exact replica of an accomplishment from the prior work plan. So if I take out all the stuff that is a repeat, we're left with these 4 as a non-repeat of accomplishments from the prior work plan that are, the rest of it is one-time accomplishments that shouldn't be repeated. And the item at the bottom, increased visibility and awareness of the arts in Albany, and that to me is somewhat of a meta statement. I mean, that's an outcome of doing the other work. So I don't know, there's nothing specific listed here in terms of what specifically was accomplished with regard to this goal. So I don't really consider that an accomplishment unless there's specifics to it. So we're down to 3 accomplishments over the last 2 years that are unique. Now, all 3 of these happen to be ongoing, year after year. So by that, you take out the non-redundant accomplishments, and you look back at the 2019-2021 work plan, there are about 14 items on that work plan and 3 of them were accomplished. The current work plan as proposed has about 18 items. History doesn't suggest that there's capacity to complete all of that. So as a policy matter, I'd like to see the work plan scaled to what there's actually capacity to accomplish. And so my suggestion is to cut back to something that's feasible to accomplish, to list it in a priority order, and to put all the other items into what is sometimes colloquially called a parking lot, so we don't lose track of them. We're not throwing them away, but we're just saying those ones are not going to be worked on now until these other ones get worked on and either accomplished or determined that they cannot be accomplished. I suggest organizing the work plans by one-time items, to clarity, and ongoing items. And then this is beyond those sort of policy suggestions for how we can have work plans that I think provide more guidance. I've got suggestions of what I think are priorities here, but that's more in the weeds. I'm more interested in hearing the other council members' thoughts on these 4 suggestions of how to improve the work plans.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Any other members? Oh, Chair Aaron, is that your name? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can address that really quickly.
Okay.
One thing just to reiterate, I really appreciate Vice Mayor Jordan's suggestions and also research. A lot of that was new to me since I'm fairly new to the committee as well. But I will say that the way that committee work has happened so far that has been really encouraging is, like I said, there are 5 new members who have joined, and each member of the Albany Arts Committee typically will spearhead 1 or 2 of the items on that work plan. So in our work together in committee over several committee meetings, what we have done is work to put names to those items with people saying that they're committed to working on them. Now, obviously, as the case is with a lot of committee work where it's volunteer, I can't promise what people will or will not do. I can only point to what they have said that they wish to accomplish over the next 2 years. So that's what I have to say in regards to that.
So I have a question under public art project and support of Black lives and social justice. In the second sentence, it says provide input on socially engaged project. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what is meant by socially engaged?
Sure, absolutely. So one way to think about socially engaged art is in general, and this is a broad generalization, but is to think about art that is representative on one hand, and art that is engaged or activated on another hand. So representative work is a work which attempts to illustrate a message, a cause, a view, a perspective, whereas an activated or engaged work is trying to creatively interact with people and to produce some sort of material or communal effect. So for example, if we applied it specifically to something like Black Lives Matters, if we had a representative work, it might look like a mural addressing Black Lives Matters. If we had a socially engaged work, it could mean working creatively side by side to look at restructuring police funding within our community. It could look like engaging in some sort of town hall effort or collective effort among the community to think through what an appropriate form of monument might be, to create monuments towards history that maybe don't look like statues of men on horses. So we can think about a socially engaged work as something that typically happens over time, involves collaboration, and is not merely trying to illustrate something, but is actually trying to activate community in a particular way.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a great idea to get the community involved in trying to pinpoint what's the best way to, acknowledge Black Lives Matter in the Asian American Pacific Islanders hate. I think that would be an awesome. That way, we're giving something where it's community driven and not just, oh, we're going to put this mural up and it is what it is. So I would encourage that there be some type of community involvement in trying to paint the best picture of what this will look like. Anyone else? Councilmember McQuaid?
Thank you. I watch your meetings most of the time, and I'm always really appreciative of the very thoughtful discussions that you all have. And as you mentioned, how everyone is really eager to take on projects and to come up with creative projects. So I think, you guys are doing a great job. And I really appreciated your slideshow tonight. The bulb has some wonderful, for lack of a better term, Black Lives Matter artwork down there. Not only you're at the very beginning of the upper trail, but as you go further out, there's some paintings on rocks that are really, I'm not an artist, they're quite amazing to me. But it would be nice if somehow we could highlight some of those. They're not done by the city, but I think they're worth noting. As far as utility boxes, I know they're a real challenge. When I was on the Arts Committee, we tried to do that. We actually painted the fire hydrants until we got in trouble. But El Cerrito is just now unveiling their utility boxes. At least I'm seeing it on Facebook. So it might be worth having a conversation with El Cerrito as to how they were able to pull that off. I know that you all have talked both with the prior city attorney and I believe with the current city attorney about the Art in Public Places ordinance. And I just want to be sure that everybody's on the same page with that we're not going down a path that isn't going to end up working out. So I just want to sort of caution you on that. And the last thing I want to say is the idea of having bringing somebody in either as a paid person or as a volunteer. I have real concerns about the city budget and how we would fund such a thing. And I think there should be a conversation about the actual ability to do that before you go too far down the path. I always worry that people have great ideas and then all of a sudden they hit a brick wall, and it's better to have all the information in the beginning. Anyway, you're doing great. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Aaron.
If I may quickly just address a couple of points there. One of the areas where it seems like our hands are slightly tied is that we have this sum of money that is meant to go to support the health of the arts community within Albany. But some of the strategies that we are trying to create that in fact mirror many successful strategies that have been executed in other cities sometimes seems restricted by the language of the ordinance. Right now, my understanding of the language of the ordinance, and I know that there have been some past discussions. I have not been privy to those discussions, but some of the language seems suggestive of a certain type of art, typically a material object, and not, for example, an event or a performance or something along those lines. In looking at other cities, and the way that those are defined is that they typically will say that art must be something or must not be something. But in Albany, we say it may be, and we don't clearly define what it must not be. And in other cities, when we look at the way that those ordinances are written, they open the door for the possibility of remaining contemporary and including artwork. And by contemporary, I actually mean like in the last 40 years. So I'm not talking in the last 5 years. So if you're wondering, you can think about your own age as how contemporary you are. I think that places all of us as in the very contemporary moment. So so we can say that when we think about these things, when we look at contemporary art, when we look at those definitions, that changing the language in the ordinance, I think, could help tremendously.
Thank you so much.
If I might clarify, legally, we can't change the ordinance and utilize our in lieu fees for performance art. So I think that's what Councilmember McQuaid was referencing. The prior city attorney opined as such, and so has our office. So if the city wants to have performance art, it needs to use another source of funds, not the public art fee. So changing the ordinance is not going to allow us to be able to use those funds. I want to be clear about that. So I don't recommend changing the ordinance in that capacity to do so. If there's, again, a desire to have performance art in the city, it would just be utilizing a general fund as opposed to our public art in lieu fee.
Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, in that regard, I was going to mention, and I've discussed this with art committee members in the past, that there are other possibilities, like in many cities, the transient occupancy tax is a potential source for visitor-oriented, art that enhances the experiences of visitors as well as residents. And also for things that include movement and are participatory and physical, could potentially qualify for sugar-sweetened beverage taxes. There's various kinds of potential sources. It's a bad time to be looking for money. We'll be talking, about that a lot in the next few months, but there are definitely, possibilities to be examined and that may be viable in the future.
All right, go ahead, Aaron.
If I may ask a clarifying question of the city attorney, if in looking at our current ordinance, if a project resolves itself in one of the formats that is permitted under the current ordinance, but in the process of creating that work requires something that is interactive, participatory, performative, event-based. Is there any reason why the in lieu of funds could not be applied?
I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, other than the in lieu funds really can't be used for performative art. It's just not allowed under the law. It's more for something, as you referenced earlier, more of a permanent type structure. And I think I'm happy to reprovide you with the memo that was sent that we concurred with, but at this point, I think it'd be utilizing other funding sources, such as Councilmember Nason referenced. It's just the fees itself under the law that we're utilizing doesn't allow for it.
All right, Vice Mayor Jordan, it'll be the last.
Yeah, I think maybe to give an example that isn't specifically performance based, I'm understanding the chair. So if there's a proposal to create some sort of physical object that memorializes a historic event, and the creation of that object entails a community engagement process, would that be inbounds or outbounds? It's not a performance. It's just, getting community members together to talk about what is this object going to be, what's its meaning, what's the different perspectives. So it's essentially can be viewed as a design workshop for the object.
Usually I haven't seen that covered under using the impact fees to do that. That would just be something that the city would absorb in order to then use the impact fees to acquire the art that's ultimately approved of through the process, is my experience. So if you wanted a large process to figure out what the structure is going to be, that would be subsumed by the city, and then the in lieu fee would be utilized to purchase the actual art.
So are you saying it would be prohibited, or you're saying that's what precedent is in other cities?
I think it would probably be prohibited. It's the actual fee, the element is what needs to be charged to the developer.
And I guess ask the chair. I mean, from reviewing ordinances, and we're kind of getting the weeds actually. So, yeah, maybe back off. I mean, I'm curious if other cities' ordinances are this restricted in practice, but probably we don't need to get into it now. I do think that this, again, to go back to my policy desire to have prioritization in the work plan, not just a bin of stuff and more stuff that can be accomplished. I'm hoping the council will be interested in adopting a policy that items in the work plan will be prioritized. I mean, not necessarily that things will go 1, 2, 3, but we'll know what's higher priority, what's lower priority. And I would put the art ordinance as very high priority, because there is potentially a very large sum of money coming into that fund for development in the city. And so I think getting that, if there are structural changes that can be made, having that happen sooner rather than later would be quite helpful. So I would put that top priority. I'd also suggest that's great. You got members who are willing to take on 2 items. That suggests that the work plan would consist of 10 items, like 10 specific bulleted items, not 8 sections with multiple bullets, but 10 bullets. And then the rest would go into this, holding tank for potential future work. I think that can really help with focus. I'm only one council member, so other council members haven't really commented to the sort of these larger policy questions. I don't know if any would, or if I'm just like off on my own here.
Well, I mean, I know they were presenting their work plan, and like the suggestions you made are pretty good. I don't know if we are going to address them now, or if we look at that further down the road as a whole, as all bodies kind of follow that same pattern to help assist with them moving forward. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, my suggestion is it'd be better to do it now. We have 3 new council members, and my preference would be to set the new format and do it now because the work plans are being developed. So we kind of got that going forward, whatever we agree on in that regard.
Does this have to be on the agenda to do this, city manager or city attorney? Or we can, to as far as the layout of what the work plan should look like, does that has to be agendized, or can we do that now?
If the council is working to prioritize, I think that's direction that should be given at a public meeting.
Okay, let's set that.
Yeah, we can certainly frame it around these 2 work plans. We'd like them to come back with this format, and then staff can either take it as a suggestion to structure the other work plans that way or not.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
I have a suggestion about this, because we're going to have discussion in a strategic planning setting. And that, it seems to me, would be a very logical place to discuss how do we want to use the work plans to advance the strategic goals of the city as a whole. Do Do we want to make suggestions about priorities? How do we want to deal with it? But I suggest that we deal with it in that context. And kind of in defense of the Arts Committee, I do want to say it takes a long time to get anything done. And that's just how it is. I'm not. It doesn't concern me greatly to see those items being repeated. Some of them are items that, as you said, Vice Mayor Jordan, that are inherently one-timers. And other things, they're just things that are done each year, and every year it's an accomplishment. The film festival is an amazing thing that takes an immense amount of work by a lot of people, and it gets done, and there's nothing wrong with it being in the work plan. I do agree that this issue about using funds for using impact fees, developer impact fees for performances is something that we've gone around. It just seems like it just keeps coming up and coming up and coming up. And maybe it is time to just set that aside and start talking about different potential possibilities. But I suggest that the bigger discussion that you're suggesting, how do we fit all this into the work of the city as a whole, is something we take up in the strategic context.
Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my desire is to have the committees themselves put forward a tractable set of work plan items and to prioritize them, and then propose that to us rather than us doing it. We may make some changes, obviously, but bring, I don't know, the 50 different minds to bear rather than just our 5 minds. I think would utilize those.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the structural piece, that we discuss the structural piece when we're talking strategically. What kind of direction, if we want to change the way that work plans, like maybe we want to do a different questionnaire, develop a different template for work plans. That seems like something that we should discuss as a structural part of our strategic planning discussion.
And I think also we don't want to hold up the art committee and staff on this issue as we discuss this. So I want to thank you for your presentation as we continue to move forward and implement new ways on how to outline the work plan. You will be informed accordingly. Thank you so much, Chair and staff.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, my issue is if we adopt this, it is the work plan for the next 2 years. So if we move it down to our strategic planning, then we're saying the new work plan format, should we adopt one, isn't going to go into effect for 2 years. And
so,
go ahead.
Would it be best if we could put this on the next agenda as something to discuss if that's your concern? I mean, right now we have to get through Park and Rec and we have our budget. So we don't want to hold up staff time, right? We just want to make sure that the commissions present their work plan and we can move forward. And then maybe next city council meeting, we could address this, and that way we can have the discussion if needed. Does that sound fair? Okay, go ahead. Park and Rec Commission, please.
Mayor, is the council going to make a motion to approve the work plan at this point, or this is being continued?
Can I get a motion?
Okay, I was gonna say, I'd like to move approval of the work plan with the notation that the work plan can return and be amended. It can't, that this is not locking in this work plan for a 2-year period. It is something that we can come back to if we as a council decide we want a different structure to how the work plans are put together. We can go back to the committees and say, we would like you to change your work plan to follow this kind of approach because we've decided that's the best way to achieve our strategic goals.
Vice Mayor Jordan, did you have something?
Yeah, no, I would rather, well, I guess I would rather not approve it until we have a new format, but that's my preference.
Can I get a second? I'll second the motion. Can we get roll call?
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment.
We have one public comment, please.
I actually just had a suggestion for the people, the arts people. Are they gone now? Is that, are they still there? Okay. I just wanted to suggest that under the public art project in support of Black lives and social justice, that they include Indigenous people as part of their list of people that they, social justice. I just wanted to maybe work with the Zagorate Land Trust and reach out to people, potential artists, or at least highlight their lives too, since we're on their land. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Jeremiah.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you. I agree with Julie. You know, all the artwork I've suggested, you know, on the Ohlone Greenway, you know, the name Ohlone, that's an Indigenous person's name. Ohlone Greenway. And they want to put up a spiral, some sort of black and white spiral, or put this 16-foot pad and pay $10,000 for cement on the Circle by Dartmouth for some meet me on the corner, or four corners with faces or something. And I'm thinking to myself, this has nothing to do with Ohlone people on the Ohlone Greenway. You would think that it would be an appropriate place to put Ohlone artwork is on the Ohlone Greenway, right? I mean, it's very appropriate, but you don't put up a spiral and all this other stuff that doesn't make sense. You know, so I would suggest that if you choose artwork on the Ohlone Greenway, it has something to do with the Ohlone culture. I mean, for me, that's common sense. I mean, that's just how I think. I don't know all these policies and whatever everybody's got approved on all this stuff from 17 and 2018, but maybe it could change, you know, for the better, because times are changing. We want to implement new policies and make things right. So I just want to raise awareness that if public art goes on the Ohlone Greenway, it should have something to do with the Ohlone culture, you know, maybe a totem pole or something to do with, you know, the Ohlone culture. So.
Thank you for your comment. All right. And Vice Mayor Jordan, I just want to say, you know, you bring valid points, but I also think if with these work plans coming, if we're going to do this, we need to stop the work plans and put it in the order, because we're having them come bring it like the art committee did. And then it's like, okay, well, we don't like, you know, that's doing double work and we're wasting their time. So if we're going to do the structure and have it laid out, then we need to put a halt on the work plans from the committees until we have something sound and in place. And so that's where I was going with this.
I would be in favor of that. I mean, as I say, that's my first opportunity to really dive into a work plan. So that's why I had these realizations at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Art Chair.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
This is voting on the motion?
Correct.
Okay. Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
No.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
And the work plan is approved. We have Brian Martin from the chair of the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission.
Okay, good evening, City Council. My name is Brian Martin. I'm a 16-year resident in the city. This is my 4th year on the commission, my first as chair. I do not have a colorful, fancy, artistically designed presentation, but I would like to have the pleasure of going through our work plan with you. I wanted to read one sentence from our committee purpose, particularly for new council members. It shall be the duty of the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission, just to give you some of the scope of the commission, of the city, to advise the city council regarding all matters of public recreation and all matters pertaining to parks, open space, including creeks, Albany Waterfront Park and Albany Hill, street trees, parking strips, parkways, squares, and similar area within the city. So it's not just your typical playgrounds and things like that. It's all these other things, interesting spaces that we have in Albany. We do have a list of, if you could scroll a little bit, if you could also zoom in so it fills up more of the screen, that would kind of spreads it out there. That would be great. Thank you. I'm not going to go over all the accomplishments, but I will tell you, I was thinking of a lot of excuses during the last presentation as to why we didn't accomplish as many as we had hoped. But we are happy with what we were able to take care of. We didn't meet last year for several months due to the pandemic, and then we put a lot of things on hold in the fall as we realized that the Parks Master Plan would take care of a lot of the things we were discussing and planning to do later. So we delayed a number of the things that we had. But we did look at, one thing we do is street tree removal applications. That's, my understanding is that's the one thing the commission has the authority to make final decisions on. Everything else is in advisory capacity. That's my understanding. And we did a number of things having to do with Albany Hill. A big one that I was involved with on a subcommittee was the dog park that came before the council a bit ago. So the dog park in Memorial Park is now officially a dog park and can have all kinds of amenities potentially. So that's something we're looking forward to working on some more. Pickleball courts came to the city council after it went through us. And my recollection is, after many meetings with us, my recollection is that the city council decided to postpone a decision on that, and also, until the Parks Master Plan is taken care of. Monarch habitat assessment, that was, my understanding is that was done partly because there was going to be a bunch of construction on Albany Hill for the ADA path and some other improvements, and so that helped identify which trees could be removed and things like that for that project. And as a something that the city can turn to for other reasons. I wanted to highlight AB 2404 status. That's something that comes before us. Actually, I'll talk about this more in the in our proposed work plan. And we, as a commission, are very mindful of the during the pandemic that we've seen many more people appreciating and using the parks and open spaces. So we're always thinking about what we can do better and to serve the public better with that in mind, with this newfound appreciation for parks, it seems. So if you go to the next page, if you would, the very first item has an asterisk. So provide input on the update to the Parks, Recreation, Open Space Master Plan. And so there's an asterisk there. And so that's something that my understanding is that our first meeting will be next week with the consultants that the City Council approved to hire to implement or produce this master plan. And so we're really looking forward to getting a lot of input from the public on that. We really need input from the public. We all have our own experience with the parks and usage of the parks, and hearing from the public is very important, and we're looking forward to that. The asterisk at the bottom, items 16 through 20, are basically the things that are in the scope of the, thank you for scrolling down to that, are basically in the scope of the Parks Master Plan MOU or contract or whatever that is with the consultants. And many of those are projects we had already been working on, and they either got postponed last year knowing that the Parks Master Plan was coming up, or other issues came up with them, and we are eager to get a bird's eye view of parks and open spaces from this whole process with the Parks Master Plan, to make kind of more informed decisions on where things are going to go. Number two is the Prop 68 funds. That's something that I believe the voters passed in 2018 and is finally getting implemented. And my understanding is also that there's two pots of money and that it all has to be decided this year or something. So the consultants have been told that that's something that is a priority. And so they are going to be, my understanding is they will be focusing on that with us sooner than later. Staff will know more about that, but that's a really important thing coming up that has very important deadlines that we need to, and I believe it's hundreds of thousands of dollars that we will be providing input on. And I will be coming to City Council to make final decisions on within the next year, I believe. I'm just going to highlight a few other ones. Some of these things are, it says like when presented to commission. And so these are things that are going to be coming. Maybe I'll defer to staff in a little bit to help explain, where these are coming from, but there's something outside the commission that brings them to the commission, and the things that say when presented to commission. And then we're excited about some of the nonprofits in the area. If staff could scroll down to like 15, there are kind of a bulleted list of almost like mandated presentations that come before us, and how frequently they do. So Measure M, I believe, requires twice a year presentations by the Public Works. And so we've been receiving those, and it's an opportunity for the public to have input on what Public Works is up to and how it pertains to the parks. And a lot of these are a great opportunity for the public to have input on these regular presentations. Vegetation management, Margot Cunningham, who you may know, works on a lot of those things. And with creeks, we get a lot of updates from the Friends of Five Creeks, and they give us a lot of helpful input. And then AB 2404 is, my understanding is it's a state law that has to do with equity, and in particular, although we don't deal with the city's list of classes that are offered, programming in that sense, that's not part of our purview. We are a place for the city to review how its programming is benefits people of, it does not discriminate based on gender. So you're not offering only things for boys and nothing for girls, or that kind of thing. That's my understanding of what that is. So the city gives an update on how that's going. And so we are very well aware that after the Parks Master Plan is done, and staff informs us that the Parks Master Plan is scheduled to finish up this year, that the consultant's work is scheduled to be finished, that we quite likely will be submitting amendments. So once the Parks Master Plan and that whole process has gone through, we'll have a better sense of what our priorities are and what's doable, and so be prepared for amendments in the next year and a half. And with that, I'll open it up to either comments from staff or questions from the council.
Thank you, Chair, for your report, and thank you for bringing this to our attention. I'll start with council. No? Okay. All right, well, do I have a motion to move this?
I'm sorry, I thought you asked for questions. I've got some comments.
Yeah, that's what I asked for, council. Go ahead,
sorry.
Councilmember Clay.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say comments. Where are you, Brian? That was a great presentation. You know, again, I watch your meetings quite often, and you people are always willing to take on far more than I think you're going to get done, and you get a lot done. So it's really nice to see everybody working together, working hard. I have a couple of thoughts about the master plan update, and since this might be my only chance to get them in, even if it's not totally related to what we're doing, I'm going to tell you anyway. As you're looking at the update for the master plan, especially in like play structures, I really hope that you consider equipment or play structures that serve people of all abilities. There's a lot of wonderful adaptive equipment out there now. It'd be great to have those included in our parks. And also on number 18, you talk about pickleball, bocce, those things. I'd like to think that maybe skate park could be included as something to be considered. Not advocating one way or the other, but I hope it's at least on the table. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
I think that, you know, the last, can you hear me? Okay.
Go ahead.
I think the last version of the work plan included a review of the city's monuments, and in particular well, go ahead.
Oh, well, it's sort of here on item 16. I don't know.
I missed it.
Okay, so item 16 is part of the asterisk. So that's something that.
Okay.
Oh yes, and I mean this isn't something this isn't a whole overview of the consultants' work. You guys. It already came before the council last. I forget if it was January or when it was, but and part of the scope of their work, it turns out, is to do number 16, which is to provide input on the inventory. I believe they're actually going to do some sort of inventory. Oh yeah, so the commission's work is to provide input on the inventory. My understanding is the consultants are going to actually do the inventory that was on our work plan before, and policies on the relocation and improvements of existing public and private memorials, honors, and other installations on public lands.
Okay, good. That was my concern. Thank you.
Okay, and so it would fall under that.
But you'll wait for the consultant to come forward with their work and then comment on what the next steps should be.
Yeah, and then we'll provide input on what to do with that information, with their inventory, and then the policies that we want to do going forward. And that's also where public input is very important. Can city and council members speak as members of the public at commission meetings? I don't know.
We don't ordinarily do it, but maybe there's sort of a special situation here. And for those of you who don't know the backstory, this is about I'm referring to the Shrine of Freedom. There's all over America, people are looking at the history of their monuments, and we have a problematical monument right in the middle of town that we need to kind of talk about and see what we need to do. So I don't know. Well, let's maybe we can discuss that offline and bring it back to the council noticed to see if it's if we need maybe this goes with that strategic plan issue that we need to do something structural to kind of loosen this up and get it going.
I think there's also going to be public workshops or something with the staff can correct me if I'm wrong. And that might be an opportunity for council members to mill about and put things on butcher paper, or I don't know how that works.
Thanks.
And if I may add, the plan will be, the draft Parks Master Plan will come before council two times. We have it on the schedule with the consultant for it to come before council 2 times.
Great.
Councilmember, I'll do it Vice Mayor Jordan, then Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yeah, thank you. Again, same thing. This has 24 really separable items on it. It's not necessarily listed that way, but some of the sentences have multiple items. So I still think it's more than there's capacity for, and it's not prioritized. So back to that. But going into the content, I hope that the city master tree plan will be a priority. The priority in our climate action adaptation plan, because the temperature in Albany has gone up about 5 degrees in the last 30 years, and it's showing no sign of abating. And so that's why the main adaptation measure in that plan is increase the tree canopy. And we're not really getting it done necessarily with the often rather small species that are on the list. So I would put forward that it would be useful to have a joint meeting between transportation, Parks, Rec, and Open Space, and potentially the Climate Action Committee to look for solutions to how we can get more trees and, more importantly, bigger trees, so we can actually have a canopy that reduces our urban heat island by the time we really need it in 20 years, 10 years. Thanks.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
I wanted to say one thing about that is I've actually been asking the city, and I've gotten various responses that I'm not quite sure on, is how, as there are some areas of overlap between the commissions, and how do the commissions, we're kind of in our own silos, and I guess the city attorney has sent a response, but basically, how do the commissions work together on something like that? My understanding is the only thing that commissioners can do is speak at each other's meetings. But if there's a way for commissioners to get together or to have a joint workshop or something on things like this, or art in the parks, or so how, if there's a way the city can tell us how to work together with other commissions, that would be helpful.
All right. Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yeah, looking at this work plan, I had a thought that's sort of similar to the vice mayor's point about prioritization of that, it's sort of hard to parse from this list as it's presented now what issues are sort of pro forma and are going to happen anyway, and what are the initiatives that the committee really wants to drive and get things done on. And there's some of these items that, have that specificity of, I've lost my place of where those items were, but I'll find it again in a second. So I'm not sure if I want to, hold up your work on this. But just in comparison to the Arts Committee plan we saw, this has less specificity about, what you want to get done. It's a lot of evaluating needs, receiving presentations, providing input. So I'd be interested if there's a possibility to have more of, really what the committee wants to do. And that may just be a function of the workload and the difference in the nature of the beast here. But that would make it easier to sort of see really what's going to happen here and what you guys really want to have on your agenda, and not what is just going to happen regardless, because it seems like there's a lot of stuff that's just going to, is going to come for you to input, which is good. And it's good that that's on here, but it's not clear what you're driving.
Okay.
For the question that Chair asked, I'm not aware of anything that prohibits a joint meeting of advisory bodies. I know when I was on the Charter Review Committee, obviously this is not two advisory bodies, but it had a joint meeting with the council to discuss and go through its findings on elected versus appointed city attorney, if I recall correctly. So is there any legal bar to a joint meeting?
It's just subject to the Brown Act as it needs to be agendized as a joint meeting of the two different commissions.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
All right, I'll go out to public comment at this time. Looks like we have two. Let's do 2 minutes.
Well, couldn't unmute fast enough. My name's Philip Moss, a local resident, many years. For the members that don't know me, Board of Directors of Lincoln Child Center. I'm going to do a quick CV since sometimes it matters. Lincoln Child Center, founding member of the Albany Education Foundation, Planning Commission for 15 years, soccer coach, soccer coach, Little League coach, softball coach, all 9 yards, all through the city. Anyway, I'm here to talk about the pickleball courts and my great disappointment that, again, it's been delayed. We've been at this 4.5 years now, and we were told it was going to happen. It was going to happen. We went through Park and Rec Commission, and it went back to City Council, and unbeknownst, City Council decided to move it into the master plan, which now delays it for at least another year, if not 2 years, before there's any chance that we may have pickleball courts. The unfortunate thing is the only courts around right now are Cedar Rose, and those are having problems with the neighbors, and the hours are getting cut back. So if we want to go to open play, we have to go to either Alameda or Concord. So it's really, this is something I think should take priority, taken off the long-term master plan list and budgeted for this next coming year. We shouldn't have to go back through public hearings, master plan hearings, on and on and on again, when we already know that Ocean View is a premium, excellent spot for these courts because we don't have the same problems there that courts have in more dense areas of housing around them. So as we look at Ocean View, it becomes more and more clear that this is the perfect place for pickleball courts. They're already striped. All we have to do is take down the tennis post and put up pickleball posts. And I'd also like to have a little bit better communication with what's going on here. I did not know about this meeting until 6 o'clock when I just happened to look at the council agenda and saw it. And I've been asked many times to let me know when things are going up onto the commission, our committee onto the pickleball situation. So I hope we can get better communication and the council can look at this and say, yeah, we committed to this years ago. We should follow through with this finally. Thank you for your time. I know it's hard. I know it's a lot of work and everybody's asking for money, but this is the pickleball community already said that they would put $10,000 towards the renovation of the courts. There was some legal question whether they can do that or not, but I know they can. So I hope that the city council takes that into consideration. We can move this forward so we have a place to play now that we're coming out of COVID. Sorry, I ran over. Thank you.
Next, please.
Yeah, can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. I'm commenting on the Parks Recreation Open Space because I think it's really critical to recognize that our city is located on the traditional homeland of the Confederated Villages of the Lejeune Ohlone people, the tribe in particular, and the Segurite Land Trust, which is the first urban Indigenous women-led trust in the country, is interested in participating in the Parks and Rec and open space planning process with the city. And I think I wanted to speak tonight, and I'm staying on till like way too late, but that Segurite has worked with other and I hope Karina is still on. I'm not sure. It's a lot to ask, but if she isn't, I wanted to mention the things that are important in relation to Segurite. So Segurite is looking for access to open land to gather for ceremony and other community events that relate to the tribe and beyond. And they've, in particular, harvesting traditional and medicinal plants and exploring ways to return land to Indigenous tending. And so in the city, for example, of Richmond, the city has worked with Segurite on providing some open space to cultivate native plants and have private access to the park for a few days of the year. They've worked with the Alameda City Council and Mayor to rename parks. Jackson Park was renamed to Chichenio Park. And I'm sorry, Karina, if you're on, that I'm taking your talking points, but I did want to make sure that they're mentioned in case you're not here. And also worked with the mayor of Berkeley and the city council to redesign the signage when you enter Berkeley that says Ohlone territory, which we are on. And also collaborating with the city of Oakland to develop a pathway to return pieces of public land, as well as the city of San Leandro. So I want to, I hope that having Karina here tonight as a tribal spokesperson was incredibly important earlier. I hope that the city of Albany continues to extend an invitation to meet as two sovereign governments to be in reciprocity and relationship, and particularly around land.
Thank you so much, Karen, for your comment. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'd like to support what Karen just said, and I can't say it any better than that, so I just want to repeat what she said. I mean, I just want to support it and agree with it completely. And I don't see anywhere in this plan or in general in Albany this kind of recognition, and I think it's time for it. We have the Segurite Land Trust right here, so it's a wonderful opportunity to work with people, the Ohlone people, on the land that we are occupying. I also wanted to point out that I'm looking at the work plan that was presented tonight, and number 11 is support collaboration opportunities with nonprofit organizations on park projects and programming. And so I think that would be one place to start. It's already in the work plan, but it would be really a natural place to start. And it would be wonderful to be able to provide land to support the Ohlone people, since we are on their land. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
That's all.
Okay. Bring it back to the council. Anyone have any thoughts on the comments that were made? Go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann.
I think the thoughts around working with Segurite Land Trust and trying to, do what we can to address those concerns are good ones. And I'd love to see them incorporated in the Parks and Rec work plan.
I would agree. Anyone else? Chair Martin, go ahead.
One point that it would be great to get input on from the public of Indigenous peoples and others is number 3. My understanding is that provide input on interpretive park signage for Albany parks. That would be a great opportunity to potentially include the original occupants and their history.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
I was going to make a motion,
Okay.
not too soon, to approve the work plan, again, with the understanding that we do have the ability to amend it down the road. We're not locking it in for 2 years. We're going to discuss one way or another, either independently or in the conjunction with our strategic planning. We're going to discuss how to improve the work plan structure so that it maximizes its strategic benefit to the overall plan, and also with the specific understanding that the nonprofits that the committee will reach out to will include the Segurite Land Trust.
I second that motion. Can we get a roll call?
City clerk's having a issue with her audio, so I will just go ahead and roll here. Vice Mayor Jordan,
No.
Councilmember McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tiedman.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Chair Martin, for your presentation. And okay, let's see. All right, now we're going to go to next item, which is, item number A2. We get a staff report. No staff report?
Sorry, hold on. Give me 1 second to promote her up.
I raised my hand. It wasn't helping. All
Sorry,
right.
I had to log off and rejoin the meeting because I was having audio issues.
All right. So this is the third quarter update. It's the quarterly update that you guys get on a regular basis. I have been in the throes of the biennial budget, so I was not able to put together a PowerPoint presentation, but I am going to share just the overview that you guys got, and we'll talk about it. So can everyone see this? I'm going to go with yes. Okay. So as you can see, this is the amended budget that we just passed a little while ago, and we did pass it at a deficit. We are currently realizing a deficit at this time. However, we haven't processed a number of the transfers that are scheduled. A lot of those transfers can't happen until year end because they are based on the actual numbers that happen throughout the year. So we won't see those until the end of the year. Last year, we also budgeted a deficit and we ended up coming in with a surplus. That is, a lot of it is in regards to the transfers in. So I anticipate we obviously won't have a $3 million deficit at the end of the year, but I anticipate ending around neutral, even though we budgeted a deficit. Part of that is due to the fact that PD was not fully staffed for quite some time. They're becoming fully staffed, so the savings that we realized because of that are going to be going away. And, when you go through the department budget, you'll see most of the departments are pretty much right on 75%. Some are a little bit lower. Risk management is higher, but there's going to be very few additional expenses in this department. So it'll probably end up a little bit higher than this, but not too much. And so just as you go through different departments, it really depends. Some people have asked me questions on specific line items. There's no really outstanding things that have happened either revenue or expense wise this year. Everything is happening pretty much according to plan, except for some expenses that are related to COVID, and those should be reimbursed by federal funds once we get those. But they are currently in the general fund specifically because those are just things that the city covers in an emergency situation. But the general fund will be reimbursed once we get that money. Public Works is lower. and I was scrolling through to get to them. They are one place where the city often realizes some savings, and there's two different things that I want to point out there. One is, Public Works didn't have the capacity for a while to do some of the things that it was planning, and it has built up that capacity. So it will start to have be more around where it should be. But Public Works also builds in for certain emergencies when they spend or when they budget. And so you're not, unless something drastic has happened, you're never really going to see Public Works at 100% of budget. And you shouldn't, because, they anticipate things going wrong, and they don't always go wrong, which is great, but you have to budget for some of those things just in case. One thing that I do want to point out, we've kind of lucked out in having this surplus because we haven't really planned for some of our larger expenses. We've created the reserve funds and reallocated some excess fund balance that we had. But one thing that we're going to need to start doing is we're really going to need to start planning for things like fire truck replacements and, Public Works equipment replacements, or even things like the Parks Master Plan that we were just talking about. We have the reserve to pay for this one, but we want to start planning for the next one because it does cost a couple $100,000. And when that comes, you don't want to just all of a sudden say, all right, my budget goes from 0 to 200,000. You want to say, I'm going to need to save $200,000 over the next 5 years or whatever it is. And you're going to want to build up that way. So those are the things that we're going to have to start talking about as we start to talk about the biennial budget next week, or next meeting. So we've lucked out in having that surplus, but we're getting closer and closer to not realizing those budget savings. And at almost 10:30, that's really the important things that I wanted to point out with the budget update. I wanted to make sure that you guys got this to see where we are right now before we start planning for next year.
All right. Thank you so much, Heather. Can I get a motion to extend the time to 10:45? Councilmember Tiedemann.
45.
Seconded.
Okay, go ahead and do a roll call.
Councilmember Mason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes. All right, open up for discussion, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I have a few questions. So on page 1 of the actuals, which you were showing, it indicates $13.3 million revenue through the third quarter. The staff report, if I was reading the bar chart correctly, indicated 10.2 million. So I'm just curious what the difference between those two is.
That is a good question. I am going to have to look at that.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to move on in the interest of time.
Yes.
This is not a gotcha thing. This is genuine questions because I don't know much about this stuff. I don't know much about this stuff. So it could well be me. Let's see. On page 3 of the staff report mentions that sales and use tax will be down this year, but the page 1 of the actuals actually shows it above 75%. The sales and use tax not come in on sort of a linear rate?
So we're down compared to last year. So because of COVID, sales tax collections did drop. We actually reduced the budget when we did our budget update. And so we're on budget but it's not where it should be.
Okay, could you put that up actually? If you could share your screen again. Page
The
one
sales tax
Page
line?
one of the actuals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do that.
I just want to try to get this through my head.
So the sales and use tax here at 83%.
Right. So it looks like it's at 3.28 million. It looks like it's close to 75% of the prior fiscal year at 4.2 million.
So yes, but we've already had Christmas and we've
Okay.
already had, you know, we get, there's seasonal sales tax.
That's what I was asking. It's not a linear, okay, it's not a linear feed. All right. Let's see, on police operations on page 12, so that's into the details. If you go there, I expect the third quarter on police operations to be actually higher because my understanding is staff has been hired, some of those positions have been filled, but if I was reading it correctly, it was lower. So if I look at salaries and benefits, it's actually lower by a couple $100,000.
Right. So positions have been filled now, but they are budgeted for the entire year.
Right. I'm just asking about the actuals here. So the third quarter salaries and wages is $200,000 less than the second quarter, which is less than the first quarter. I expected it would go the other way on the actuals.
I know that we had less overtime, and this quarter, I'd have to look into that in more detail.
Okay. All right. It's a big change, so it stood out to me.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of same thing with police support services. Going down to page 14, which is the fire. You look at the fire detail. So there's this roll up, I guess, at the top of the general fund and the EMS fund.
Yep.
And then just looking at the general fund, you know, there's a line in green for the general fund, and then there's a line in sort of gray for the general fund, and the numbers don't match. That makes sense. If you look at, you know, 0001.
They do. So it has to do with the transfer.
Okay.
So you'll notice all of these match because they don't have to do it because the transfer isn't there. But it has to do with the transfer. The transfer isn't included in something. I was looking at this earlier when I was looking at the next biennial budget update. So these two funds have an interesting relationship because this EMS fund is, you know, functions on its own, but then the general fund reimburses it when it goes negative. Mm-hmm. So they're all operating expenses for fire, but the general fund has to reimburse the EMS fund. So I've been trying to figure out how to present this in a way that makes sense. And I guess it needs a little bit more refinement.
Yeah, or I guess maybe I need to talk to you outside of a meeting. I mean, because I see things like, all other, you know, all other in the green versus all other in the, call it gray. You know, those, now if you look over on the left on like 2020 actual and the amended budget, the one, that one versus down below that one, yeah, they're $200,000 different. So I don't, in the details, and we can perhaps talk about it outside a meeting.
Yes.
Thanks.
Sorry.
For tolerating my ignorance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Is there any other discussion from council? All right, I'll go to public comments. Don't see anything. All right, I'll bring it back to council. Any questions, comments? All right. Thank you, Heather, for the update. We'll go ahead and move to item number 12. I'll go around the room. Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, a couple of things that were of Albany specific interest. One of them, I attended the Joint Powers Authority for the ball fields. And there's several items that will likely eventually have to come back to the council, in particular financial matters. But the one interesting item is that the city of Berkeley is interested in adding pickleball courts to the undeveloped portion of the Tom Bates sports complex. And they asked the cities to say what they thought. And I said, well, I can't speak for Albany. I've got to talk to the council. But I think that it's safe to say that we'd be interested in learning more. So there is a possibility of some new pickleball courts coming along at the shoreline. The other is I attended a couple of meetings, a park advisory committee and an environmental roundtable at the East Bay Regional Park District, and received pretty mind-boggling presentations about the recent die-off of trees on the East Bay Regional Park District's land. And as a daily viewer of Albany Hill, I think we have some profound heartache coming our way along the same lines. It's happened very quickly, very extensively, and they have perhaps in excess of $100 million of work to do that they did not expect to have to do as quickly as they're going to have to do it. Other things I've been to, I've been on these lots of Zooms that were primarily informational, attended the ACTC meeting, nothing really Albany specific. I attended a regional workshop put on by the State Resources Agency on expanding nature-based solutions to sea level rise and climate change, and advancing the state's 30 by 30 initiative, which is the effort to set aside 30% of the state's land by 2030. I attended a homelessness discussion that was led by Supervisor Carson and Berkeley Mayor Jesse Arreguin, and attended and highly recommend to everyone to check out the Love the Bulb exhibit. Lots of, especially if you like local history and if you like art and you like nature, it's really this, it's called Monument to Extraction, and it's really something special. I recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes, as mentioned earlier, at a meeting with some UC staff, and we're going to continue those meetings in this week, so we'll have more to report there. There was also an EBCE Board of Directors meeting where the main topic of discussion was possibly sponsoring the Oakland Roots soccer team, which was a good opportunity, but a big ask. So it's coming back to our marketing and regulatory and legislative committee later this month. So some announcements should be going out about that. And that, I think, is it. I'm looking forward to attending more meetings now that I'll have more time now that school is done for the semester.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Councilmember McCoy?
Thank you. Nothing really to report. A lot of webinars and 2 ribbon cuttings over the weekend, which were nice to be out and actually see people.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes, thank you. I attended the Stop Waste board meeting, and like the other body that I attend, no need to increase fees this year, which is remarkable. So they're financially in good shape, or that agency's financially in good shape. Actually headed to having a new executive director, who some may know they've interfaced with Berkeley over the years. Timothy Burrows was brought on as a potential transitional executive director, and the board has directed to go that direction. So the current executive director, who's been there for, I think, 30 years, is retiring in June, and Timothy will be taking over.
Thank you. The only meeting I attended was Police and Fire Pension Board. So we'll go to item number 13. Any future agenda items? Councilmember McQuaid? Vice Mayor Jordan? Councilmember Tiedemann? Councilmember Nason?
I'm working on the waterfront item, nothing else.
All right, thank you. All right, so I just asked everyone to govern their sales starting November 14th for the announcement and city meeting events that are coming up in the next couple of weeks. Was the council have any last words they would like to state before we adjourn? I do want to recognize that it is Teacher Appreciation Week, so we want to salute our teachers now that we're back in school. They have a tough job trying to get the kids back engaged, so we encourage them. We're by their sides, and we continue to move forward. I want to thank Vice Mayor Jordan, Councilmember Tiedemann, Councilmember Nason, Councilmember McQuaid, City Manager and City Attorney, and staff for coming on this City Council meeting this evening. You guys have a good evening. Adjourn.